someone's texting Melissa, tell her I just sent her the link again.
Okay.
To her District 31 account.
I'll text her.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see, Nancy. Where?
Me? I see myself.
You see yourself? Oh, and I see you too. Sorry, I just saw my name again. So yeah.
Yeah.
Nancy's also Erin Murphy because she's on my account. So.
Yeah, my computer is just pulling me in because it's security.
So. Anyone hear back from Melissa yet? I know she's trying to get in.
I told her that you resent her the link.
Okay.
Or maybe print me a copy because now I can't look at it.
Have to?
Yeah.
You can. Aha, now we have it. Yep.
She there?
Okay. Yep. She should be joining right now. Okay. I think we're good, Melissa.
Sorry, don't know what happened. I guess must be all right. Okay, so we can start, right? Do we have 1, 2, 3? I can't see everyone who's on.
I think everyone's on. Nancy, I'm on here twice because Nancy's sitting here and I put her on my account, so she's in the room with me.
Okay, great.
Melissa, everyone's on.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'd like to call to order the board meeting, of the meeting of the Board of Education of District 31. Roll call of members.
Melissa Chu Valentines.
Here.
Laura Greenberg.
Here.
Darren Frank. Robert Reeses.
Here.
Jeffrey Steries.
Here.
Maria Vasilopoulos.
Here.
Nancy Hammer.
Here.
Kathy Loria. Erin Murphy.
Here. And Kathy's here. She just needs to say it so it can go on record. Kathy?
I think she's having trouble.
Sorry. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and additions or changes to the agenda?
Two quick ones. I'd like to move the approval of the principal action item before the presentation, and then add a discussion of just how we want to conduct board meetings moving forward in phase 4.
Okay. Reading.
Melissa, sorry. I would also like to request to remove the open minutes from the consent agenda and put it as a regular agenda item, please.
Okay. All right. And reading of communications to the Board of Education.
There are none.
Okay. And recognition of the audience.
Yes, there are a number of them. And so I will start reading. Melissa, did you want to preface that with anything?
Yes. So we have been having this dilemma of trying to be transparent and trying to get questions answered. An issue that's really been a big problem for us lately is that information has been coming so late from the state. So it is inhibiting our ability to get the board packet out to everybody in a timely manner, to the community in a timely manner, so that you're able to review it and ask questions. Throughout our presentations today, in the past, we've kind of let things slide with regards to protocol and have answered questions after a presentation. We're gonna go back to what should be our board practice and has been, not answering questions that have not been submitted through public comment. We need an opportunity as a board to come together and discuss if those if those issues need to be discussed, a board member can ask a clarifying question, but will not respond. However, if you do have questions, please, we do have a second recognition of the audience. That is the time for you to submit your questions, or comments, and then the board will, after the meeting, review them, and if necessary, add them as an agenda item for discussion at the next meeting.
Okay, let me start by reading some of and these are fairly lengthy, so bear with me while I'm talking. The first comment is from Waleen Singh from Northbrook. Dear Dr. Murphy, Dr. Miller, and District 31 board members. FYI, this is a condensed version of a previous letter that is now being submitted as a public comment. First, thank you for the recent letter to our District 31 community. We appreciate the denouncing of bigotry and the commitment to learning, starting with equity audit. However, we urge you to also consider taking an even stronger stance at this time. Participating in an equity audit is a great decision, but this puts yet another year between inaction and action. Instead of waiting, consider forming an anti-racism task force now, making sure it includes the diverse teachers and staff we have. Make our district's goals and commitments to anti-racism available to our district families. Allow your staff, teachers, administration to do a book study, such as How to Be an Anti-Racist or Culturally Responsive Teaching and The Brain are all good places to start. Or incorporate mandatory equity training in the fall so that at least everyone has a common vocabulary and mindset in order to begin the journey of anti-racism. Share resources with our district's families and students so we all understand these terms and have ways to explore anti-racism on our own. As a public high school teacher for over 2 decades, I realized that saying that one is pro-diversity and inclusion is not equal to stating that one is actively committed to being anti-racist. Some may say the public statements of anti-racism are too political or provocative, but remember that education by its very nature is political and provocative. Schools write curriculum, teachers make choices about text to use in the classroom, school boards decide which holidays to celebrate or not. And in today's world, staying passive is also political and provocative. District 31's mission is to prepare today's students for tomorrow's world, to educate our children to achieve their highest growth potential in all growth areas, intellectual, emotional, social, and physical. How better to prepare our students for tomorrow's world in all these growth areas than by teaching them that we have voices, that our strength is our diverse community, and that we can use our voices and strengths to help support those who need it. Staying silent is not a neutral act. We appreciate our district's promise of examining diversity and inclusion, which is why we strongly ask you to consider clarifying your actions before the start of the new school year by communicating to the families of the district that you will call out racism and that you openly commit now to making concrete decisions to be anti-racist in all ways possible. Thank you, Waleen and John Singh. Our next public comment is from Maria Khan from Northbrook. Dear District 31 board members and administrators, I am writing to you today to express my frustration and dissatisfaction with the way in which you have chosen to respond to one of the 3 crises that our nation is currently facing. As a country, we are facing public health and economic crisis due to COVID-19. It has no doubt touched each and every community within the United States as well as the world at large. The 3rd crisis I am referring to is the racial crisis that isn't new, but in this most recent incident comes in the wake of the systematic murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and countless of other Black men, women, and children. As a group, you had an opportunity to demonstrate to the families within District 31 and members of both the Northbrook and Glenview community that as an educational institution, you actively condemn racism in all its forms, including the very real racism that exists here in Northbrook and Glenview, Illinois. As an alumni of District 31, I am telling you that you fell short. Your message feels as if you are more concerned about being professional than compassionately connecting with the human beings within this community and in the very real pain that so many are feeling. I grew up in District 31. My 3 younger siblings and I attended both Winkleman Elementary School from kindergarten to 5th grade and Field Middle School from 6th to 8th grade. My mother volunteered as a room parent for many years and later volunteered with the PTC, serving as VP of fundraising and then president. She fought for the referendum and volunteered for 5 years organizing the 8th grade trip to Washington, D.C. My family and I sincerely love this district. Reflecting on it now, I am extremely grateful to several of the teachers that I was able to learn from and who have continued to support me. However, my positive experience within the district will not prevent me from voicing my concerns and urging you all to do better. According to the most recent publicly available Illinois school report card, 58% of the students within the District 31 community are non-white, Black, Indigenous people of color. Speaking as a former Latinx student, it is a disservice to the community if you continue to dance around these issues instead of confronting them head on. As one of the most diverse districts that feed into District 225, you should be leading the effort, and we I am constantly seeking ways to do better, not only by gathering together to discuss race and racism, but by putting actions behind your words. I am glad to hear that the coming school year, the district will be partaking in an equity audit. That is a great first step. I'm interested to know which organization company will conduct the equity audit, and when it is complete, will that information be readily available to the public? Moving forward, transparency with the community you are serving is key. I am also sincerely hoping that you will not wait a full year to create change within the district, or worse, wait for the next iteration of the brutalization of Black and brown bodies to be broadcast over every media outlet. I would like to remind you that just because the issue may no longer be trending, that does not mean that it is not of the utmost importance. You have a responsibility to both your families of color as well as your white families to seriously take a look at your curriculum, hiring practices, school-sponsored events, school policies, and essentially everything that encompasses the district. I urge you to stop saying that you aren't racist, but rather to start actively saying and embracing what it is to be anti-racist. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Maria Khan on behalf of the Acorn Collective. Laura Greenberg, Northbrook. Dear District 31 board members, I will send thoughts to Erin as a board member separately for her to share with the Open Meetings Act with the members of the District 31 board and our district leadership team as she sees appropriate. This message will be more pointed than this one. This message is being sent to you as a community member on behalf of myself and my husband, Brad, not as a member of this board. I request it be added to our official record for communications from the community and read at our next meeting. Too many conversations about what it means to educate global citizens to be anti-racist happen behind closed doors. They must be taken to an open forum to the light of day. I will be posting this on my personal Facebook page and our parent Facebook page as a member of the community. Our family has lived in District 31 for almost 10 years. We have fought for the referendum, volunteered and worked hard to bring the best to how we educate our children and be great partners for our schools. Over the last 10 years, we have held many roles within the district. Laura has personally served as president of the foundation, helping raise over $250,000 for the one-to-one technology, funding teacher grants, and so much more we enjoy today. Laura and Brad have both been active room parents, volunteers, and fundraisers for years. Laura has served on our school board for almost 8 years. Our middle child, as an infant, was part of walking for the referendum, strapped in a Bjorn on both of our bodies as we flung flyers and spoke to neighbors. That referendum allowed us to operate with our low-class size, operate with our low-class sizes, outstanding curriculum, extracurriculars, and so many of the wonderful things we enjoy today. Things many of our younger families didn't realize we haven't always enjoyed. We were the first district to have a full-day kindergarten, the first to do so many things. And many of these, Laura has been on the forefront of the fight to find creative ways to accomplish. We have spent hundreds of hours giving back to the community we love, a community we chose because of its incredible diversity. We love this district, although we are heartened by the recent conversations the board has had regarding equity and moving our curriculum towards truly educating the kids as global citizens. We are deeply disappointed in the progress our district has made and its silence this week and in recent years. From Laura, as a Latinic, as a Latinic BIPOC, raising biracial children, I would like to express the deep disappointment I've had over the years in our district's watered down approach to equity, inclusion, and diversity. People read about microaggressions and privilege and think not us. But I stand here as a person of color to tell you, yes, yes, us. I have sat in school board meetings during open session and watched as members of a previous board argue that an assembly was evidence of our dedication to diversity and inclusion. At that same group, we felt that simply restating our official board stance on diversity, a stance written in the 80s, was too provocative to send in the wake of the Charlottesville protests. I have been bringing this topic up in open session as a member of our board for almost 8 years. Now I speak as a community member. Yes, we are doing an equity audit. We are just now starting. Why did this take 8 years, and why did our board silence? Why our board silence this week? Based on the latest publicly available Illinois School Report Card data, a community of students is 56% non-white POC. I would urge you as board members, before believing that what is happening in our country doesn't impact our community, that our community is an exhausted, fatigued, sad, to check your own identity at the door and think about students we represent and community we have a deep responsibility to. I would also urge you to consider the difference between saying I'm not racist, and I'm an anti-racist. Racism isn't the shark, it is the water. And until we look at hiring, curriculum, and how our board looks at issues from things as simple as communication to how we make decisions, then we are putting lipstick on the shark. Have we made progress? Yes, some, but it has been too slow and they have taken way too much fight. This isn't just our responsibility to our children of color, it is our responsibility to all of our children, especially our children of privilege. As these are skills will give them an advantage and prepare them for the world. Personally, I will share that I'm aware of my own incredible privilege. I am one of those ideal minorities, educated, articulate, non-threatening. I am fortunate. Given my fair complexion, I can pass in most settings, and this keeps me safer than most of my darker brothers and sisters. Perhaps you all didn't know, but I didn't speak English until I was 5. I was an ELL student. For years, I have professionally and personally advocated for diversity, inclusion, and belonging, for education, for advocacy, for real steps. But despite most of the work I have done and racism I have personally endured, most of the time I have sat comfortably in the elevated acceptability educated Hispanics have over Blacks, Muslims, and other Latinos, and so many others in our community, those who don't have the privilege of being able to fluidly move between identities. Over the last week, I've thought about all the good, all the advocacy moments where I stood for change, and they have happened. But I've spent even more time reflecting on the moments I have stood silent for fear of insulting a friend or a client, of being seen as unreasonable, of making someone uncomfortable, or worse. Where I've accepted that this is the way things have to be, that I have to keep working, be nice, not rock the boat. Through those moments of silence, those moments of acquiescence, I am complicit in a system that has hurt people like George Floyd and so many others. I'm committed to being and doing better. Despite all the social justice work I've done in my life, despite advocacy I do, it isn't enough. I know that I'm guilty of all the good I did not do, and I'm committed to making that list a short one for the rest of my life. I would urge you to please, if you want to be informed, complete the first exercise below. It takes a minute to read the performance allyship article. If I had a wish, it would be that all of you read what I list below. People in leadership across the country, particularly those in leadership with the incredible responsibility of educating our future leaders and children, must elevate their understanding. I believe apathy in most cases isn't fed by racism. It is fed by lack of knowledge. If you want to be more educated, these books are a great start. How to be Anti-Racist, White Fragility, A People's History of the United States. Most immediately, some things to read. A good exercise to help you think about your own exposure set, some things you can do right now, why performative allyship is dead, here's what to do instead. Take the implicit bias test and see where you land, and there's a test from Harvard. A good primer to read for general knowledge is The Invisible Backpack. As a member of the community, I respectfully ask that this board consider why it didn't respond more quickly, why a communication hasn't been issued, and more longer term, that it think through the future of these topics for our community. At the end of this note, I have pasted an email from another district, one that got it right, because none of our largely privileged neighbors have issued statements is no excuse. We must do better. We must be better. We must do better. Thank you, Laura Sanchez Greenberg and Brad Greenberg. I need a drink of water.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next one. Maria Abdallas from Glenview. Can you please explain to us what, if anything, is being done to retain Winkleman principals? And when we first moved to Glenview 5 years ago, Winkleman had a rating of 8. Currently, Winkleman is a 6. Can you please give us some insight as to why the drop in our rating? Then we have a parent from Glenview with no name. We are wondering why there is such a high turnover rate with the administration at Winkleman. Are they leaving on their own? Are their contracts not renewed? The instability is hurtful to the students and very disappointing to the parents. How can we ensure that the next principal will be here to stay? What can the district do to hire the next principal and have him or her stay? Our kids need more and deserve better than this. Winkleman dropped from 8 to 10 score to a 610. What has caused this drop? Again, what can be done to improve school score? Another parent from Glenview, what are the proposed plans for return to school in the fall? What precautions will be in place if students return in the fall? What will be done to ensure the safety of school community if parents refuse to have their children wear masks? Will masks be available for students, or will parents have to purchase them? And there is one more that just came in. Give me one moment. 5, 6. Okay. Actually, this is the parent, and it's the same question that we had before from Maria Abdallas from Glenview. When we first moved to Glenview 5 years ago, Winkleman had a rating of 8. Currently, Winkleman is at a 6. Can you please give us some insight as to why the drop in rating? Okay, those are the public comments.
Okay, thank you.
A drink of water.
Yeah, and I believe that some of these things will actually be addressed by agenda items.
Yes.
So, all right, then, do you want to move then the action item to approve the Winkleman principal before the presentation, Erin?
I would like to do that because I think there's a lot of people turning in for that information.
Okay,
And it's
so we're going to move action item A to approve the appointment and one-year contract for the new Winkleman principal for the 2020-21 school year.
And I would like to introduce Shatan Wolverton as our recommended candidate for the Winkleman Elementary principal. And I have something to read, and this will go out to parents as well. So bear with me for one more statement. I want to make sure I can introduce Shatan and tell everyone all about the wonderful attributes she's going to bring to Winkleman. So West Northfield School District is pleased to recommend Shatan Wolverton to the community as the new principal at Winkleman Elementary, which would be effective July 6th. She is currently serving as the principal at Beach Park Elementary School in Beach Park. She began her career in Kalamazoo Public Schools, where she served for over 10 years as a teacher and then assistant principal. In 2004, she took her first principalship in Evergreen Park Elementary School, followed by principalships with the Round Lake Area School District and Beach Park School District, where she built solid community partnerships, strongly supported students, staff, and families, and worked attentively towards school improvement. Mrs. Wolverton has a bachelor's degree in elementary group in elementary education from Western Michigan University and a master's degree in educational leadership from Western Michigan University. And I am very excited to bring someone that has Shatan's experience to Winkleman. She has 16 years of experience leading elementary school buildings as a principal. And I think Shatan is on here, so if you want to wave.
I didn't see her, so.
She's on.
Yeah, it's just not on my grid, that's all.
Not on the grid.
Shatan, we're very excited. So may I have a motion to approve the appointment of and one-year contract for the new Winkleman principal, Shatan Wolverton, for the 2020-2021 school year?
So moved.
Second.
Did anyone have any questions or discussion before we go to a vote? Okay, on a roll call, Bob,
Aye.
Nancy,
Aye.
Maria,
Aye.
Daphne,
Aye.
Jeff,
Aye.
Laura,
Aye.
and Melissa is an aye. So congratulations, Shatan, and we're really looking forward to having a great year with you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome, and we will arrange an opportunity for parents, for her to get to know some parents virtually, and in person soon, as soon as we're able to.
Okay, and I was lucky enough to participate in the interviews, and it was a wonderful interview, and Shatan definitely had some great ideas about how to reach out to families and parents to introduce herself. So expect to hear from our new principal. And so we'll move on to the presentation. District 31 school reopening plan, it's a draft with Dr. Murphy, Dr. Drew, Dr. Miller, and Mr. Alvarez.
Okay, so let me just share this. Present now. Entire screen. Okay. And let me go here. Can everyone see it now? Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure, because sometimes, technology is goofy. And actually, I need to put it at the beginning. I know right now what everyone is really anxious about is the start of school. We ended in a way with remote learning that was really inconceivable. I think if we'd ever said we were going to not have school and everyone will have to be at home and we're going to shut down, people would have said, what are you thinking? Like, what's going on? And then now as we move through the summer and we're, really anxious, I think all of us, our parents, our students, our staff, everyone is anxious about what it will look like in the fall. And I want to thank the nearly 40 individuals who participated in the parent staff advisory feedback sessions on Tuesday. It was fabulous to have so many voices. It was interesting because our conversations focused almost completely on what it would look like to actually return to school in the fall. And then at the tail end, the last 5 or 10 minutes of our final session with the group, the governor came on and finally released some guidance from ISB that indicated that our thinking about how to get all of our students back in school was going to be a reality. So I want to walk through just some information we have from parents, what we're thinking in terms of our frameworks right now, because we know the more information we can get out, even if it isn't 100% complete yet, is more reassuring, and it also enables us to get feedback so we know how to build our ideas. Please also know, you'll see at the end that after the 4th of July, I just need to nail down the dates because I want our new principal to be part of it. We will host some town hall meetings for parents at a variety of times remotely, as well as staff, so we can really talk and answer questions about the information we have. So over the last couple of weeks, we did a couple of surveys. At the last board meeting, I went over the remote learning survey, but since then, we've done 2 other surveys. So what are our parents thinking? We asked a mask question, and the question really wasn't, do you want kids to wear masks as we're waiting for guidance? The questions was really, assuming kids will have to wear masks, do parents need us to provide them? Will they provide them? What's the comfort level? And you can see the results that 35.3% said they would provide their own masks. 31.6% said that they would like to see District 31 provide a mask to every student, but they would provide an additional on their own. I'll just interject here that the state announced yesterday that they will be providing a mask for every student and staff member, and it will be coming in July. So there will be a mask distributed to every student. 12.8% said they would not send their child to school if they had to wear a mask, and 8% said they would need District 31 support to provide a clean mask every day. And of course, we want to support that, and it's good for us to know what kind of surplus we need. And here's a summary of the comments, and I wrote in here, 31 is a divided community on masks. We had many comments reflecting that students are not at high risk and should not be required to wear masks, and really that disbelief that students would be able to consistently wear masks. Some comments reflected a belief that wearing masks is important for the safety of all, so way on the other side. And there were some comments that addressed the equity issue of masks and reflect the desire to have a uniform mask for all students. At this point, we're not moving in this for masks because we discovered that mask styles are very personal for people, and trying to get our kids to wear it. There's different styles of masks, and we want to make sure we can make this as comfortable as possible for everyone. We also sent a survey about a parent reentry survey, and top factors that would make parents comfortable to send students back to school. And these are the different factors that people really wanted to know. Now, people could choose as many as they wanted, but cleaning, making sure that hand sanitizer and cleaning was really top of the list. That follows with work, health screenings, and we'll talk about health screenings and what we know and what we don't know later on. That following the Illinois Department of Public Health, and I want to assure everyone that we will be following the Illinois Department of Public Health. We have to follow the Illinois Department of Public Health and the Illinois State Board of Education. We don't have flexibility in that at all, so we definitely will be. Mandatory symptom checks for everyone entering the building, masks, shields and barriers, and 6-foot distancing protocols were all in here at differing levels. And then we asked the question, if the option exists for in-person learning in the fall, that would allow for the vast majority of students to return to in-person learning daily, and it was assuming recommendations would be masks and social distancing, where were people feeling at that moment? And we are very aware that this is without information about what going back to school would look like. But 67% of the respondents said that they would certainly send their kids back to school. 8.2 said no. I'm certain I will not be comfortable sending my child back to school for in-person learning. And about 25% are going, I'm not sure yet. I think we need to learn more. So this tells us that our parents are in very different places. The themes and the feedback were some suggestions for hybrid models and strong beliefs that students should be going to school, a lot of concerns about masks, suggestions for outside learning, making online learning an option for families who are not comfortable to send their kids back to school, some other feedback, a need for student support to learn protocols that if we're sending them back, we really need to teach them, and some safety suggestions. This feedback was really helpful to us in starting to develop kind of some of our frameworks. I want to start off, what do we know? Because this is the framework that we have to build our plans on, is what do we know? We wanted this guidance a while ago, but this week we got guidance from ISB. And I've had people ask me, why is it important to get the guidance from ISB? And ISB is the Illinois State Board of Education. They are working hand in hand with Governor Pritzker and the Restore Illinois. The guidance they gave out was for phase 4. But the reason why ISB's guidance is so important is that they are the required framework for schools. So they set a framework for public schools. They set regulations down to PE is required every day, curriculum, what we have to do with curriculum, length of school day. They set a framework. Now, within that framework, there is some local control, which is why we can schedule our buildings in certain days and we can create a school calendar or different things like that. But it's important that we have to follow ISB. So if ISB tells us something, even if we don't like it, there often isn't, we can't necessarily argue with it. So the ISB guidance, and this was released June 23rd, and I'm going to go over some highlights. It is a 69-page document, and we now have a spreadsheet that is massive of all the things we need to do with it. So this is just some highlights. The big one is that in-person instruction is strongly encouraged in phase 4. However, it is critical to note that this does not signify a return to pre-pandemic operations. So ISB is strongly encouraging all students to go back to school. And I believe this guidance was up to age 13. They haven't really released guidance for high school. If you have a 14-year-old in 8th grade, do not worry, it still applies to them. I mean, it's for this elementary setting. But it's important to know that just because they're recommending us go to school, school has to look different in the fall. So if we are sending our kids to school, we have to follow some new guidelines about what school can look like, and that impacts a lot of different things about what makes school normal. So what are some of the highlights? The first is they are requiring the use of appropriate personal protective equipment, including face coverings. All individuals in school buildings, including all public and non-public schools that serve students in kindergarten through grade 12, must wear face coverings at all times, unless they are younger than 2 years of age, have trouble breathing, unconscious. I mean, there are a few things. They can have a doctor's note. You may say, why are some people wearing face coverings for this virtual meeting? It's because we are actually present in the school building, and I checked with our attorney. Even though there are no students here and I am more than 6 foot away from the next person, according to this, anyone in a school building is required to wear masks. And that includes us right now in the evening when we're 6 feet away, or Kathy sitting in her office. So this is what they're requiring. And they must be worn at all times in the school building, even when social distancing is maintained. So even if we can say we're in a room and there's only 2 kids in the room, we are required to have policies and procedures to have face coverings. Face coverings do not need to be worn outside if social distancing is maintained. So if you're outside and kids are sitting 6 feet apart, they don't need to wear it. But if they are going to intermingle at all, like at recess, and we cannot guarantee 6 feet space, they must wear it. Schools, I was on an ISB conference call yesterday, and they said schools should require physician's notes for students and staff who are not able to wear a face covering due to trouble breathing. Over the next 2 months, we'll need to update our policies to reflect requirements to wear masks. They also determined that face shields are permitted for students and staff. So if you prefer not to wear a mask, Face shields can be an option for students and staff. So the clear plastic that goes down your face. What else do they say? Prohibit more than 50 individuals from gathering in one place. This means a room. This doesn't mean the whole building, but it's in one room or portions of a hallway. So you can have you can have more than 50 kids in the hallways of the building because they're in different portions of the building. If you're outside, a 30-foot gap between groups of people differentiate spaces. So you can have more than 50 kids outside if there's a 30-foot gap between the groups. They are requiring social distancing to be observed as much as possible. And I think the as much as possible is important because they are recognizing that it's very difficult to keep kids completely separate, that some buildings don't have the space for it, that there are some occasions, teachers need to stand by students and work with them at times. So room arrangements must be considered. So that means we need to reconsider how we're laying out the room, how many people we're assigning to classes, and we have to adjust our scheduling to minimize congregation of students. They're requiring that schools conduct symptom screenings and temperature checks or require that individuals self-certify that they are free of symptoms before entering the school buildings. It's interesting in there because they said the school has to verify that the self-check was done. There are still some questions lingering about how this can be accomplished because it is a lot of the questions that are required in self-certification are difficult for students to answer. You need a parent to answer. So we're looking to see what the recommendations are and how to do this. They require an increase in school-wide cleaning and disinfection. We have to adopt a remote learning and blended learning day plan approved by the district superintendent. So this is, we need to have a plan for having kids in school, and we need to have a plan for remote learning if we have to default to it. Now, an official e-learning plan must be formally approved before the start of the school year. This includes collaboration with the union, a public hearing, which we are scheduling for July before the next board meeting, and board approval. If you default to e-learning or a remote learning plan, this is where it's different than what we had in the spring. In the spring, they said, and this is why there are some challenges, you can't make grades count against kids, you can't mandate attendance, and there was limitations of more like 2 to 3 hours to work with kids. If we need to move into e-learning or remote learning plans, you must have 5 clock hours per day for students K-8 that incorporates a combination of instruction and schoolwork. That doesn't mean a student needs to be on the computer screen for 5 hours, but if they have a math class that's an hour in the day, maybe 25, 30 minutes is synchronous with their teacher, or they're watching videos, and another is spent engaging in independent work. Grades have to count now. They've said that students need to be held accountable. We need to assess students. They encourage us to look at our grading policies, and attendance counts. And not only does it count, we must take attendance. So take a formal attendance of kids participating, and we have to gauge engagement. So that's looking at essentially how much work are they, how are they participating to make sure that they are participating, but also the work that they're completing. Districts have also been allocated up to 5 remote and blended learning planning days for teachers. We are discussing our calendar again. So yesterday I had to move shifts to how would we incorporate this, because there's a lot of PD and planning for teachers to do any of this. Back to school events are discouraged, but unless they're held virtually. So back to school nights, open houses, conferences are all strongly encouraged to be held remotely. We limit non-essential visits to the building, so we cannot invite parent volunteers into the classroom. It needs to be the students and staff of District 31. We need to develop health and safety protocols, and we are currently working on those, and that includes isolation rooms if students fall ill during the day, limit shared objects, limited locker and cubby usage, relook at how we do safety drills. Then there's some course-specific requirements. For example, for music and band, No sharing of equipment. So students cannot, I mean, they made it sound like they can't even share the percussion instruments in the building. So we need to get some clarification. Conductors no more than 10 feet away or behind plexiglass. For PE, students should not change in locker rooms. So students cannot change for classes. Activities must allow for 6 feet space. Activities that require close guarding or physical contact must be avoided. Shared equipment is not recommended. If equipment is shared, it must be cleaned between each student use. So I was listening to something and it was like, so if a student catches a basketball, they have to clean it before they throw it to the next person. So it tells you we have to change the way we're doing something. And hand hygiene has to be performed at the start and end of each class. Fax, STEM, art, gloves should be provided. No sharing of food and fax. We need to discuss with the local health department if we decide to still do cooking. We might have to shift away from cooking here. Library, they're encouraging using libraries as large classroom spaces, maybe having library items delivered to students in the classroom instead of going through the library and gathering books. And we have to disinfect items that are being touched. Right now, the Northbrook Public Library is quarantining items returned for 7 days, so we have to look at those requirements. Playgrounds, they can be used, but social distancing must be maintained. Any equipment that cannot be cleaned cannot be utilized. Discourage sharing of toys. Touch surfaces need to be routinely cleaned and disinfected. And we need to learn a little bit from our park districts, what that looks like and what those routines are they're putting in the parks to help us. Field trips are not permitted. Transportation, I know this is a big question. Students must wear masks on buses. They must undergo a symptom and temperature check, which may include self-certification. So that goes back to that question. We haven't figured out how to do this yet. How do we know that students have undergone a symptom check before they enter the bus? But they did say that buses can hold 50 students. So buses, and this will be, I mean, and this is something the board can talk about because we can certainly ask them to have less kids on buses, but then we also have to look at how many buses do we need, and are buses and drivers available to accommodate that. And then just some other things we need to look at, maybe closing off some of bathroom stalls or like the urinals so they're not right next to each other, or putting plexi. Drinking fountains, you must use water bottles or cups. You cannot put your mouth near the faucet. Food must be grab and go, no buffet options. And offices and teachers' lounge must adhere to social distancing. So I know this is a lot of information. So this is just a brief summary of what ISB has talked about. I did send the ISB guidance out to the entire school community. I mean, we want to be transparent. If people have questions, we're trying to get a lot of questions answered as well about what this means, and they're still going to issue more. So as we start showing some of our plans, what do we need to remember? First, as guidance is released from ISB, IDPH, or the governor's office, plans could change at any moment. I feel like right now we're building a plane and sometimes we have instructions and sometimes we don't, and then the instructions get changed. So things, we could be working really hard and think we have a really good plan, but then something changes. We may go to a different phase. We may get some other guidance. They may learn something. There are lots of great ideas out there. I want to just reiterate, we need to respect and honor our collective bargaining agreement. We are really committed to working closely with the WNTA as we fill in the details. You know, we are working with a lot of staff, a lot of families, a lot of students, and everyone has really a lot of diverse needs. And we want to really work collaboratively with everyone to try to figure out the best way to implement plans. We also recognize going in there that this public health emergency has impacted every person in our community, but the needs and mindsets are all different. And we need to respect these differences because people are at different places and how they are feeling and interpreting, or the impact of this on their family. We also need to be mindful that parents are getting information about how they're returning to work. Our teachers don't live in our community and they are getting different types of information from their own children's schools. And we're trying to put all the pieces together to be supportive of our whole family. Sourcing PPE and other equipment and supplies is difficult. So we may be looking at a lot of plexiglass, but so is everyone in the country. So we're having to be mindful of how we can work with our partners to try to get everything we need. We also know as we're planning that students will have gaps in learning that need to be accommodated. The kids who are returning to us in the fall are not typical kids who have normally are rising kids. We know that they were academically impacted by what happened in the spring, but we also know they've been impacted emotionally and they need some social emotional supports, and we need to build in a lot of social emotional supports. In a lot of ways, that support for our students and staff will be equally, if not as more important, the academic supports we need to give. And we need to be really aware that schedules, routines, and time allocated to academics and specials will need to be adjusted. So in a minute, I'm going to, and the principals are going to share with you what we are thinking in terms of in-person instruction and then e-learning if we have to go there. So what can you expect to see? We are looking at frameworks, not details. So if we say, you know, we'll probably need a staggered start, and someone says, well, how are you going to do that? The answer is that's a detail that we need the next month and a half to work on. This is a framework. This is us identifying the things that we need to do in order to make this happen. And I want to be really open. We don't have the handbook yet. This is a framework. So what is the framework for reentry, for in-person reentry for all students? First, I want to highlight and applaud our board and our community. We already have small class sizes. So even before this guidance came out, it was looking possible for us to come back because we have naturally small class sizes in most of our grades, especially at the elementary school. For the middle school, we have a small population. A lot of schools are trying to get their kids down to 300 if they're doing a hybrid. We're already at about 300. And we have relatively spacious rooms if non-essential furniture is removed. So we have a lot of things going for us already. We are not a school that's overcrowded or has large class sizes. You know, some communities who are working with class sizes of 26, 27 are having to approach this a lot differently than Field and Winkleman that, you know, especially in the elementary school, you don't often see class sizes over 20, maybe a little bit more in 4th and 5th grade, but that does make us easier to plan. I did talk to our architect and they made a schematic, and I'm just showing you, this is a typical classroom at Winkleman. If you remove all the non-essential furnitures and put in desks, we can fit 16 desks with 6-foot space for social distancing. We are aware kids don't sit still all day. These desks would all have to face forward. Teachers need to circulate. There is a teacher area here. But we can give kids a space that's not on top of each other. Same thing at Field, although I think the rooms are a little bit more varied in size at Field. It will be a little bit more difficult in some of our sections to keep kids down to 16. We might have to utilize other spaces or really look at that room arrangement a little bit differently. But this tells us what we're looking at. I've talked to other superintendents that said, we did the same thing. We could only fit 9 kids in a class or 12 kids. So we're starting at 16. So what do we have to do to have in-person instruction? Well, first we need to adjust routines to allow for social distancing. So we need to have arrows in the halls to direct the flow of traffic. We need to limit our locker and cubby usage during the day so there's not congregating, gives us time to sanitize. We need to strategically schedule during the day to limit the number of students transitioning at one time at Winkleman. So you can't let a whole grade level out in the hallway at one time, but let's look at that schedule. And then some specific routines at Field as they transition throughout the building. We need to use more entrances at both schools to manage the flow of students to prevent congregation. So instead of students going in 1 or 2 doors, let's open it up. Let's assign what doors they go through and what their movement is so we can prevent congregating. And then we need to adjust our academic and specials time to allow for more time for transitions, hygiene, and sanitation. We need to build more time for kids to go into their classrooms and being called 1 or 2 at a time to go out and put their jacket out. We need to build in more time for hand washing. We need to build in time for transitioning to another class. We need to build in more time for helping to clean the desks multiple times per day So, and that time does come out of academic and specials, but that's what we have to do to have in-person instruction. So we need to have enhanced cleaning and sanitation. So in addition to our evening sanitation, custodians will be sanitizing frequently used areas and touch points multiple times per day. We're developing an enhanced sanitation schedule. I don't expect you'll ever see a custodian in the hallway who's not walking down and wiping something off as they walk. All shared materials will be sanitized after each use. But I know Julie Stone, our math coordinator, has been working on what would a math kit for each student look like that they can just keep at their desk so we don't have to share as much. Students and staff members will be asked to wipe down their own desk prior to eating lunch and after eating lunch. If they're moving classrooms, like at the middle school, they'll have to wipe down the desk and chair at the beginning or end of class. We have to develop those routines. District 31 has purchased Clorox machines to assist with deep sanitation. These are machines you wheel into rooms, and it does like a dry Clorox spray. It even sanitizes books and everything. So we have purchased one for each building to assist us with that. We'll have hand sanitizing stations everywhere in the building. Common areas, classrooms. We're so fortunate that Winkleman has sinks in the classroom, so that helps with not always relying on hand sanitizer. And we know we need to have a schedule on hand sanitizing. We need to increase instruction on hygiene and mask usage. We do have to work on some screening and health procedures. These are governed by the IDPH and ISB. Our township nurses are actually working collaboratively to develop common procedures, governing things like screenings, like a self-screening versus a school screening, what to do if a student or staff member becomes ill. And you can kind of see the list there. There's a lot of recommendations saying you need to develop these without a lot of specifics on what it looks like. This is one area where our township has decided to collaborate and be consistent. Each school is creating their own reentry plan based on their own school needs. But in this area, we felt it was important for there to be continuity for a couple of reasons. First, it's about procedures and safety. Some of our families have kids in 2 or more different buildings. But they might be at Winkleman, Field, and GBS or GBN. And we felt it was important that there be some similarities as much as possible. Also, as sports are reopening up and different activities are opening up, our students in Northbrook and Glenview intermingle. So something that does happen in one school may impact us in another school. And if we have common procedures and develop something common, that'll help us. So I'm going to turn this over to Nino while I take a drink of water. Nino, what do we have to do to have in-person instruction at Winkleman? Hey, Nino, they can't hear you. No, is there something in the, I can hear you. Is there something in the live stream that you had to do? I remember this happened last time. Because we can always go back. It's only one screen, so we can go back to the parents. Thank you to the parent who just let me know. That's really helpful for people. Okay. Meredith, if you can hear him, let me know.
I think there's a delay with the live screen anyway, so we're gonna have to wait for a second, I think, Erin.
Okay.
About a minute delay, I believe.
There is a minute delay, so we'll see if we'll pause for a second.
Nino, why don't you talk to see if people can hear it? Because I'm getting texts that people can only hear Aaron.
Okay, so parents, as soon as we get Nino back up and running, we will go back to the previous screen so you do not miss a thing. And Meredith says not yet.
Yeah, I'm getting some too.
Okay, I appreciate everyone. I appreciate this because we don't want parents to miss anything. So when we have a technology glitch, it's good for us to stop for a minute. I will use this as an opportunity to take another drink of water. And my message just says, well, I'll let you know when we can hear him.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Okay, so let's wait a minute and see if I get a response when we can hear him.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Okay, so let's wait a minute and see if I get a response. I'm hearing me.
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you just fine, I believe, and on
Okay.
We're
the
just
call,
waiting
but
for-
the YouTube that I'm not sure can,
Okay, can you confirm if the audience can hear me now?
Yeah, they said they would text me as soon as they could hear you, but there's like a delay. Oh, yes, they can hear you. They can hear you. We're good. We're good.
All right.
So let's go back to the previous screen. So, Nino, what do we have to do to have in-person instruction?
Sure, not a problem. We are going to ensure that there are no more than 15 to 16 in the classroom. This may mean reassigning some staff as classroom teachers to meet the different needs, as well as relooking at how we are using our general education instructional assistants. Physically, in the classrooms, all the desks will be 6 feet apart, like Erin said, per the diagram that she provided, and they are going to be facing the same way to maximize safety. Students and staffs will be wearing masks at all times unless there's a medical reason as to why he or she will not be wearing a mask. Academically, we're going to focus on the targeted standards and informative assessments to address where we are and where we do need to go.
Okay.
Next slide, Aaron. Yeah,
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Also, what does this look like within the classroom? The students will remain in their homerooms throughout the entire day. And what does this look like for specials and so forth? Well, we are going to have them move to each classroom instead of having students move to the different specials classrooms. We are going to work closely with our SL team to develop a new schedule to allow for transitions because we don't, like Aaron said, we don't want many people in the hallways. We want to allow opportunities for hygiene and sanitation, and which might impact academics and specialist time to allow for these different transitions. Our ultimate goal is the safety. We want to limit the movement of students in order so that all the students stay together at the same time as in a pod. So, like I said, the co-curriculars will go to classrooms, lunches will be eaten within the classrooms, and we are looking at what recess and PE would look like given the structures and the limitations that we may have moving forward. So we're going to be working with the PE teachers, but we want to make sure that we are adhering to the guidelines when we do something like that. What that also means is we may not be able to accommodate level classes in order to keep students together. Cubby use, we do not, we're going to limit the use of cubbies, only essential items as when needed, beginning school, end of school, but not visiting it as often. And another important aspect that we are going to include for in-school learning at Winkleman is we're going to build SEL into the schedule. And our social workers and our psychologists will be working hard to provide what this is going to look like in the fall to provide support to our students.
Okay. I just want to pause for 1 second because we're getting some messages that maybe things.
I have a quick question, Nino.
Yeah.
So it says that we can't accommodate leveled classes. Does that mean that we're not going to be able to accommodate like the different levels of math and the different levels of ELA?
We may not. Go ahead, Nino. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Aaron.
Either one.
Well, I would say, we would like to, but we're trying to figure out the best way to keep kids together to mitigate safety. So with the small classes sizes in the room, we may have to focus more on the differentiation of instruction. as opposed to the specific pullout. That's never our first choice to change things like that. But as we're looking at kind of those safety patterns, that's an option that we definitely have to look at, is not having the leveled classes at Winkleman. Remember, this is Winkleman.
Right. No, that I know that's only Winkleman. I was just wondering because at Field, obviously, it's different. You can't have the double accelerated in with the Common Core because they're 2 years ahead.
Right, and that's the difference, because Winkleman hasn't accelerated their classes. It's been enriched, as opposed to Field, which accelerates.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just ask a quick question? I read the document, probably not as deep, as carefully as I should have, but I don't recall it saying that it's a requirement to have 6 foot distancing in classrooms, but rather a consideration. So,
Well, it's social distancing if that it's essentially all efforts to maintain 6 feet of social distancing needs to be considered.
right. So, and I only bring that up because when we make a statement like we cannot have class sizes over 16,
Right.
I think we need to kind of think about that.
Social distancing So we definitely want to, what we're going to try to do is adhere to that. And we have some other things kind of coming up about how we'll determine those class sizes. We think with some reallocation of some staff that we can keep class sizes that low. We also want to build in those safe spaces, and we want to make sure that we are adhering to the social distancing guidelines as much as possible.
No, that makes sense.
And when they've also talked to us, and this is kind of the scary point, we go, well, what happens if a student has COVID? Does the whole school shut down? Does a classroom? Does a section? And that's, we're trying to limit maybe what we would have to close. And one bit of guidance that we've gotten, and this needs to be written in the procedures, that you are considered in close contact with someone who might have COVID if you've been within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes. So by trying to keep kids apart for as much as possible, we're trying to minimize that exposure.
No, thanks. That makes sense. I just didn't want to,
Right.
You know what I'm saying. No problem.
No, and I should say, the state has not said you have, because they can't say that. There's not, a lot of buildings just can't do it, and they want kids to get back. But to do whatever you can to minimize risks. So using our space and what we know, we're trying to build a plan around that in order to have the maximum amount of safety protocols in place that we can provide. I will tell you that at Field, while I know April will talk in a minute, she's working at trying to create classes that are within those frameworks. Some classrooms aren't quite the same size. And there might be like 17 kids who need one sort of class. And so we might have to play around with some of that because it's not required, but it's suggested. So there's a lot of work that has to be done over the next month to look at those schedules.
Thanks for that clarification, Maria. I think that helps. So, I mean, Erin, just help us here. Are we saying, the top of the slide says, what do we have to do to have in-person instruction? Is this, said another way, the proposal from the administration versus have to? Because it sounds like some of these things aren't necessarily mandatory from an
What do we have to do? I'm saying, this is what we're working on.
Okay.
A lot of these are based on what we believe ISB is telling us to do in terms of best practices. So this is what we believe we need to do to be as a close alignment as we can with the guidance.
Thank you.
Now, as we go through this in more details, do I anticipate some shifts and some different? Yes, because there's a lot of work left to do to figure out all the details in the scheduling. Anyone who's ever done school scheduling knows it's really, really, really challenging, and we have to start from scratch at this point.
Well, I would rather see you be conservative and then we can expand. Like, so right now, if we stick to 16, the smaller number, and then find out, oh, well, maybe we can have a little bit more in, it's easier for us to go up than it would be for us to go down.
And I think that's a good point. We are trying to we're trying to find that really good balance. We want to be as mindful as we can, so conservative in how we're planning, making sure we're adhering, while at the same time being realistic. I cannot promise a parent that their child will never go 6 feet, closer than 6 feet to another person, because they will. Mm-hmm. They will. I mean, I talked to one of our parents who's an epidemiologist, and he goes, doctors can't social distance. Like, and they're doctors. It'll be really hard for our kids. Hence the reason I think the state is requiring the masks. It's also in protection for our staff members because they're at higher risk than our young kids, but we need them and we want to protect them as well. So I think that's the other reason. So we want to be, it's conservative, but also practical. So what can we do to minimize risk while also recognizing that a teacher at some point is going to come and stand next to a kid and help them write and be right next to them. And they might turn and talk to a student and lean over and get the wiggles, and they're going to run outside and they are going to go within 6 feet of each other, even though we'll have to have monitors saying, hey guys, remember you can't. It'll be difficult.
Well, that's why when they put out the recommendations for the face mask, they said you wear the face mask if and when you are unable to social distance.
But not ISB. ISB has said it does not matter if you can social distance. ISB says you have to wear it in the building at all times if you are a student and staff member, even if you are social distancing. Kathy Loria right now is in the building, an office over from us all alone, and she has to wear her mask because that is now the requirement. So we decided, you know.
Just to be clear, Daphne, my understanding is you have to wear a mask and social distance because
Yes.
it could still catch you through the eyes. That's in office buildings, in stores, anywhere that there are other people. Just FYI.
My other
Nancy has a question. Yeah.
I said my other concern is like more towards flu season, like being able to keep those masks on or a mask and a shield or something because they're young, they're, you know, especially at Winkleman. That would be a concern for any of the parents. You know what I mean? I think we just need to know how to handle that moving forward as well, but that's going to be a key thing.
And that's where I think I am so grateful this district had the foresight to have actual RNs in our buildings. Not a lot of districts have that RNs. And so their work and guidance on this issue is going to be so imperative for us as we go through and to look at those recommendations. We anticipate a lot more absences next year. I mean, because if you have to keep your child home if they're not feeling well at all, and kids will be sent home if they are not feeling well at all, you know, so things are going to evolve and change.
And it is a consideration maybe to just have, and I don't know that you can do this, but having like a Google Meets or whatever going on if there are kids that are home and this way they can still participate. That's
I'm going to ask you to hold that thought until we talk about what Field does, because then I'm going to talk about something else that we're proposing.
Okay.
So first, April.
Everyone's up, so.
Hi, everyone. Before I go into the information on this slide, I just want to reiterate some things that are going on at Winkleman will also be going on at Field. We will be doing our best to get the class sizes down as much as we can. As mentioned earlier from one of the board members, it may not be possible in every single class. And in those instances, we're going to try and move those classes to other locations so we can social distance, but there just might be some classes that are a little bit bigger than 16. We will also be requiring everybody to wear masks or shields at all times. Again, we will be targeting instruction. We're going to be making sure that all the curriculum is as focused as it possibly can be. So some other pieces that we're doing at Field, we will be staggering our transitions from entering the building and exiting the building. So although all students will be coming to school at the same time, we are organizing at least 6 different locations for them to wait before first period bell. And then we will stagger them going to their lockers or possibly just directly to class. I need to work on that a little bit more. All the periods now need to be the same amount of time because I need to stagger other things in the day and also create more sections because we do have some classes that are 26 and 27, and that's just way too above the 16 we feel to be safe. So in order to get some of those class sizes down, we're going to need to increase sections, which means we need to change the schedule. So the master schedule will need to change. However, we will still have single accelerated, double accelerated, geometry, all those things will stay in place. They just won't be the same amount of time that they are traditionally that we've had in this past year. This will also make some changes for our specials department. So Aaron mentioned earlier We may need gloves for STEM and FACS, and for arts, we might need to change the curriculum for FACS depending on more guidance that we get. PE, students will not change for PE, so lockers won't be used. We won't be distributing uniforms or locks to start the year for in phase 4, which we will most likely be doing. We will limit equipment use. So we're going to have to get really creative with our physical education curriculum. One piece, though, is we're going to be integrating social emotional learning into PE time. So a lot of that curriculum will be integrated, since we're going to have an opportunity to do that with kids, because they can't do all the other kind of activities that they were doing during PE.
Janine, do you want to talk about EL and special education services?
Sure. So EL services, we are going to, I worked with Veronica and Nino and Dr. Berger on the EL services, and we really are looking at considering the needs of multilingual families, placing EL students based on access scores. They did take the access score test prior to leaving out before the pandemic. So we did get the scores back. And so the EL students, we are going to utilize our staff members with ESL certifications and really utilizing strategic placing for those students to get services. So students who have an access score of 3.0 and above will be placed strategically and really getting those services with the ESL teachers. And then our EL department will serve in a resource or push-in or pull-out model for students who are scoring a 3.0 or below. And in order to make sure that our staff members are not circulating among a lot of different students, but making sure that they have a consistent schedule, we are going to make sure our staff members are assigned to grade levels and that they are seeing students on a consistent schedule. In addition, we are still looking at having our EL services looking at WIDA and PSYOP strategies, really to keep endorsing those good teaching practices. Any materials that those students will need will be individualized as much as possible. We know that it's really important for students with EL needs to have a lot of visuals and language-based materials. So our staff members, we're also looking at having masks that have the mouthpiece cut out, that has a little plexiglass for the mouthpiece, and then also allowing our staff members to have plexiglass pieces in the classrooms or in the pull-out areas so that they can provide those therapies. If you can go to the next slide, Erin.
There you go.
For students with IEPs and 504s, again, we are going to really look at strategic grouping of students to limit the numbers of staff members interacting, but providing the necessary services. So for instance, if a student is in kindergarten and receives kindergarten supports, we're going to make sure that that kindergarten teacher is providing the support. If they see that child on a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and they're in that classroom, that would be the time also for that pull-out services on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and that they're in the same classroom those days. So consistent scheduling, and so that we can make sure that we're able to contact trace if necessary. Again, materials are going to be ordered for individualized students. That would be including fidgets, headphones, manipulatives, and any assessment materials that we need. We are already collecting lists and starting to order those materials. Another change that we're doing is we are going to include amendments to IEPs and 504s if necessary, so that families are really involved in the process of making decisions on any changes that we may need to make. We are going to have IEP meetings and 504 meetings remotely. We cannot have any social distancing with 10, 12 IEP team members. So we're going to continue that practice, and that seems to be working out well. Again, we're going to order those specialized masks for staff members to help students see expressions and help speech therapists. Again, utilizing plexiglass. Students with physical disabilities may need different considerations, as well as may need for mass or social distancing. And we recognize that and know that we're going to need to allow flexibilities for individualized needs. So we will work with families, we're going to work with doctors, we're going to work with specialists to ensure that we can provide a free and appropriate education in the least restrictive environment. And then the other piece of this is students with IEPs will be assigned to homerooms. So even if they are not getting most of their services in the general education classroom, they will be assigned to homerooms so that they can get general education services such as music and art. So that would be one space of that homeroom class taken up even if they are in an instructional classroom, such as an NSSED classroom. Okay. And then I've talked about some of this, but we do need to establish the necessary flexibilities for students with individualized needs. We also have to be flexible, understanding that some students will struggle with maintaining physical distancing and keeping their masks on. So there will have to be some flexibilities. We're going to maintain access to peers without disabilities, and also ensure that we have an understanding that unintentional segregation may happen, but if that occurs, we're going to need to really have good conversations with families and team members. We're going to also continue to conduct our assessments and evaluations while maintaining that social distancing, and ensure students with disabilities are included in all offerings of school education models. We're going to make sure we customize those educational opportunities. We're going to use the annual IEP to plan for traditional school year, and then also utilize those addendum practices for remote learning. And then we're going to continue to work with families and really communicate well.
So then I think the big question out there, and Nancy alluded to it, what do we do if parents prefer not to send their students in person to school in the fall? And I think this goes back to families are in very different places with health issues in family, anxiousness, work. I mean, there's a lot of things that factor into kind of parents and where they're comfortable with right now. So the state is asking us to reopen for all kids, but they also suggest some flexibility to make sure we can accommodate kids who can't come back to school for whether it's a medical necessity or a parent choice. I mean, they don't say specifically you need another option, but I know they allude to it. And in some ways, by planning for this structure, this could help us. So what we are proposing is, and this one is not required, but this is what we're proposing to accommodate our families, is parents would need to re-register. I'm not talking on the Skyward system, no additional fees, nothing like that, but re-register in July for either in-person learning or an e-learning option. This would be different than what would happen if all students had to do remote learning. This would be two kind of parallel schools running at one time in each building. Parents would need to be committed to a model until we move to phase 5, or it's next year. Although we could possibly look at a re-registration after winter break if parents, but what we can't have is, I'm signing my kid up for remote schooling. It's now September. They really want to come back in person. Like, we just don't have the accommodation necessarily to accommodate flexibility of that magnitude. So what would parallel e-learning option look like? For both schools, we would create a synchronous schedule of academic classes for students like math, ELA, social studies, science, Spanish, if appropriate, at field. Physical education would be a daily log of minimum physical activity or asynchronous learning. So you need to do 30 minutes of these types of activities. Specials inclusion, although it may not be daily, and we need to figure out what that specials would look like. Some check-ins with an assigned teacher, and then work with Janine and her department for what would that look like if they have IEP minutes, and build in that time as well. There is a possible live streaming or asynchronous consideration for leveled or special classes, because there is, like, we have 2 kids who are in advanced math. We can't necessarily assign a teacher to that. But those, although the document that the state sent out suggests live streaming, we also know that that is something we need to work with our collective bargaining agreement, and that there are student and staff privacy concerns, and we have to address those. So that's part of the work we need to do. So we cannot assume that that's an option. That's work we need to do over the next couple of weeks. What would we need to do to make District 31 a reality? One, parents would need to register so we know the numbers. I can't have the building section any kids at all until I know, are they going into the e-learning option or regular option? For instance, if you have 100 kids in a third grade, that's not the right number, I know that, but I'm using round numbers, and 20 of them are staying home and doing the e-learning option, then it's easier for us to assign a teacher to be the e-learning teacher for that class. If it's only 2, 3, 4, 5 kids in different grade levels, we might have to consider multi-grade levels or section or something. At Field, we anticipated more sections. Is there a section, if we have 5 or 6 sections of 7th grade science, do we have like 15 kids who that teacher would just teach every remote section? So that's why it's really important for people to register. We need, as I said, conversations about the possibility of live streaming and recorded classes. We cannot commit one way or another because we want, as I've said from the beginning, we need to respect that conversation with our collective bargaining agreement. And we also need to look at the legalities of privacy concerns of staff and students if it's live streamed. And then we also have to figure out if a student needs to be quarantined, how will the instruction be delivered? Will they follow kind of our existing model where we'll send homework to work with the students in their existing live class, or do we transition them to join the e-school? Or my guess is it would be on a case-by-case basis of some combination because it would depend on how long the student is gone.
Then we get into also grading.
Yeah.
What is that? Is that up there too?
Now that would be up there too. I mean, grading, but grades count now. So, but we're looking at more continuity between the teachers and planning together, especially at Winkleman Field too, but they're mostly singletons. So there's no other 7th grade science teacher. There's only one, so there's no one to collaborate with.
Erin, sorry, we couldn't hear Nancy. Well, I didn't hear the question.
Oh, Nancy asked about grading.
Thank you.
I guess I'm asking the question for like grading, like if from e-learning, is there going to be a different grading for that versus
No.
regular? So it's all going to be
Yep.
the same. And then so, and my other thought process is, have you thought about how that might affect our overall schooling? Like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Like scores?
Like our scores, yeah. Because
Well,
now
and at this point, they haven't released anything about test. So at this point, we are going to do the best to provide that rigorous education to all kids. And as I said, I think our strategy going in, and we will be working with Becky Matheson, who's our new assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction. She starts Wednesday to work on, and our curriculum coordinators on some continuity in grade levels. So teachers don't have to teach the identical thing, but kids should have common experiences. So there'd be more of a natural flow between classes. And also if a teacher needs to leave and needs to be quarantined, or there's an illness at home, it is easier for the teammates to assist with the planning because they're all on the same page.
Mhm.
And I think this is where we want to go anyways, but this is going to accelerate those conversations and that planning and that process. So what we need to do to make e-District 31 a reality? Well, once we have our numbers, we can create a schedule in sections. We can determine how many teachers we need for remote learning in the elementary school and how many sections in the middle school. Work with our staff to determine who will teach the in-person school and who will be assigned to e-school classes and sections. It is quite possible that even if you're teaching an E section, that you are actually in the building teaching it. So there's just a lot of variables out there, and there's a lot of training that we have to do. So before we kind of go to e-learning, just some miscellaneous thoughts. In order to maximize instructional minutes, this is for all the parents out there, we are putting early dismissals on hold for the 2020-2021 school year. While we loved it for professional development, we don't want to miss any moments of instruction with our children this year in person. And we don't want to miss, and it's the logistics of combining 300 kids for an activity after school does not adhere to our safety protocols at this time. We are also currently working with our partners to determine needs and plans for next year. We have a meeting with Adventure Campus next week to talk about how they can be incorporated. My understanding is they intend to still offer before and after school care for parents, adhering to these safety guidelines because they are in our building. We met with Quest and we're working on proposals on how to do food service, some sort of grab and go at Winkleman where they can drop off this food. NSSED, we have their preschool and other programs housed at Winkleman. They participated in our advisory sessions this week so they could hear what we're thinking about. And I should have changed this. We already got the ISB guidance, but we need to work with North Shore Transit to figure to what are they going to do, and so we can get that information out to parents in terms of signing up for buses, how many kids, we can go up to 50. Are parents comfortable with that would be the big question. I anticipate there'll be an opportunity.
They can't see the presentation anymore.
They can't see the presentation.
I just got that message.
Which page? Not the entire one. Oh, you want me to exit out of it and okay. And then, okay, give me just a second. I'm going to stop presenting. Present now. Okay, and then I will go back here and present. Okay, so I anticipate that when we do our town hall meetings with the parents, we'll have more information on buses, and that we'd have a busing question on our registration to help us with parents kind of know. We need them to know what buses will look like before they commit to it. Before and after school activities. In order to focus on academics and safety, we have no plans to start the year with before and after school activities. This will be reevaluated as the year goes on. There's a lot on our plate, and to plan those after school activities, it's not, we need to focus on school at this point. We're still awaiting some guidance about whether interscholastic sports may happen for the middle school, but I'm guessing since they can't touch a ball without cleaning it in between, that's not going to happen. But we'll see. If we're in a complete virtual programming mode, we're going to explore virtual after school activities. We can't necessarily do that if we're in person because kids get home at different times. And as we said, no evening programming. So we're starting the year for no plans for in-person gatherings. We will develop remote options for curriculum nights. We are developing small group transition activities as appropriate for the start of the year, maybe bringing in small groups of parents to bring kids in. So that's kind of what we're planning. And we are planning a very robust calendar, hopefully at least once a month is what we're hoping, but we'll see, of virtual parent programming on main topics for the year. So having to do with equity, having to do with how to manage remote learning, health. So we're planning some topics. Parents have asked about band. We're working with Mike Miller on safety protocols. While fifth grade students may still probably learn to play instruments and have lessons with these safety protocols, we are not anticipating full band lessons for like bringing them over to Field and doing a full band. In fact, the full bands may not even be able to meet at Field and Winkleman in only small groups and sections. And a big thing for us is the social emotional learning. We're developing trauma-informed classroom protocols. And we have a task force starting in the summer under Janine to work on social emotional learning and trauma-informed classrooms, because we recognize that every kid and every family has been in some sort of trauma over the last 6 months, and that's only continuing. So this is a little bit shorter. Framework for e-learning. So what happens if we have to default to e-learning? We did do a remote learning parent survey. I am not, is there a problem?
I admitted Lynn Hines.
Oh, okay, that's fine. A remote learning parent survey. I'm not going to go over the whole survey because we went over it last month, but these are some highlights of the parent survey. When would we default to e-learning? If schools were shut down again because we moved into phase 1, 2, or 3, we would default to e-learning for all kids. If a school or a grade level or a class needed to be quarantined at home because of confirmed or suspected cases of COVID-19 per the Illinois Department of Public Health, those are those procedures that are being developed. Also, sometimes the IDPH, they might tell us different things based on different circumstances. And possibly, because this e-learning plan would also be for any other instance, would be for snow days and emergency days. So if we have a snow day, we would default to the e-learning plan. Nino, do you want to talk for a minute about Winkleman e-learning and what it's going to look like or possibly look like next year?
Sorry, I had to switch over.
Because this e-learning plan would also be for any other instance. I love hearing myself talk in the background.
No, sorry, I had to switch over again.
I'm like, I recognize that voice.
Yeah. All right. So we previously went over this, but based upon the feedback from the e-learning is, at least from the parent survey, a lot of the feedback revolved around these four main things. We want a happy medium of work time for our students. There was some suggestions that we gave them too much work or there's not enough work, but working with our coordinators in all our different departments is to, like Aaron said before, have a balance of what that is and what that's going to look like. We're also looking to increase the face-to-face time with the teachers and the students because we want to build those relationships, especially when the school starts up again come the fall. We also want to make sure that that student-to-student relationship is also embedded in there, and that will increase and hopefully will increase with more face-to-face time if we go the e-learning route. One of the other biggest pieces of feedback was redesigning the weekly schedule. And so we have a couple proposals out there, and thank you, Aaron, is of what that might look like if we ended up in the e-learning come the fall. And the proposal number one is following a daily in-school schedule. And so if this is at 9 o'clock, if they had PE, then they would have PE as in, and then if they had 2 hour or 45 minutes at 10:10, they had ELA, then they would have ELA, but it would just be at home.
But can I just interject for a second? But
yeah. So
there's a 90 minutes normally of ELA. They wouldn't be on the computer for all the 90 minutes.
Correct. It'd be part of synchronous and asynchronous learning. Proposal number 2 is a consistent daily schedule. And so every day would look the same throughout the week. And this includes flex times. And on the next page is an example of what this proposal might look like, or these are the details, but okay. I'll just cover the details in person. Is everything would be pretty much consistent on a daily basis. And so every day, for example, kindergarten would have ELA in the morning. There's a flex time where there's opportunities for differentiation, support, extension, and so forth. They had a PE every time at the same day, social studies and science, and so forth. So every single day of the week would be the same for our elementary students. These are just proposals. Keep in mind, we are going to bring these to our SL team, and we are looking for feedback on what this is and what that might look like. But that's what e-learning may look like in the fall if we end up going that route.
Field, April?
Sure. So we received feedback from parents, from students, and from staff. And some of the information that we got from those 3 areas is we need to provide more information on best practices for e-learning, because we had some parents who thought, let's just have a real school day and the child sits in front of the computer, and that's just not best practice. But we didn't necessarily do a great job of communicating what is best practice. So we need to do that, and we need to have a better balance of synchronous and asynchronous learning is a common theme we also had. A lot of information we received from parents. A lot of the regularly scheduled communication we'd been doing prior to remote learning stopped. That needs to continue. So our newsletters, I was doing my weekly parent notes, but you weren't getting the every 2 weeks the report on how your child was doing. Again, we didn't have grades then, and we will now. So a lot of those things will come back into place. And utilizing Skyward Gradebook, bi-weekly electronic progress reports that I just mentioned, and of course, the grade levels resuming their monthly newsletters so parents know what topics children are learning. And then another piece that came from all 3 groups is we needed to increase the amount of time our children were in synchronous learning. Can you go to the next slide?
There we go.
Thank you. All right, so some feedback we got is block scheduling overwhelming. Parents, students, and staff liked that idea of having a block schedule. So what we would do, though, is we would modify it. So during remote learning, classes were basically done by noon, and then staff was available to answer questions or do some small group in the afternoon. Well, this would extend the school day. So the school day would be from 8:30 to 3:30. We would do a regular school day as far as the hours are concerned. And students would have a similar schedule to remote learning that we did this spring, except they will have some classes in the afternoon as opposed to being done at noon. They will not have more than 4 classes a day like they did in remote learning, but we've increased it from 20 to 30 minutes. So they have less break time, but more time face-to-face with their teacher. We would keep that black and gold day schedule. And when students were not synchronous learning, they'd be focusing on their project-based learning or assignments from their teachers. We would need to increase sections of social studies, science, and PE because those groups were very large and were very difficult for teachers to manage because attendance is required. And taking attendance when there's 50 kids in front of you was really, really challenging. So we will increase those sections. We will be taking attendance in every single class. Grading practices will resume, although we do need to review those because this is still a little bit different. We'll still hold kids accountable, but the state is recommending we just kind of reevaluate our grading practices, not necessarily make any dramatic changes. And then, making sure that we have on-demand videos for students who maybe they had technology issues or they have a doctor's note or there's some reason they couldn't attend a Google Meet. And parents would work with me to let me know what kind of support their child might need. So if they weren't able to get to the Google Meet for the live lesson, what we could do for them. We would still have designated office hours, so students would still have the ability to meet in small groups or one-on-one, make appointments with their teachers.
Janine?
So for remote learning, we will be doing IEP amendments to ensure e-learning is part of the IEP, looking at individualized plans. We did a lot of individualizing during remote learning this year, and we will continue that. We'll have standard office hours to assist with homework or answer questions, continue the group scheduling, so support staff members and case managers can collaborate with that. Families will be included in scheduling for interventions 504 and for e-learning. We'll continue with the blended model of face-to-face time, on-demand videos, check-in, and designated office hours, and then social emotional learning for all students. We think that's really important, and that was a lot of the feedback we got, that we need to have more groups for all students and continue with professional development for staff members, parents, and students as well.
So when we talk about remote learning, how do we sum it up? 1, we need to be intentional with social emotional programming and support for our kids. We need to be intentional with social opportunities for kids to connect, because that was something that parents really said was missing because kids felt very isolated. We might have to consider if it's appropriate to or allowed, if we can go back to remote learning, to bring kids in. I mean, in phase 3, you might be able to bring in a small group of kids and utilize North Shore Transit to help with some remote learning opportunities. We would continue to maintain food services, be more intentional in refreshing hands-on materials that may support e-learning. So are there kits we can send home? Are there special supplies? Can we, if we're going to be remote learning for a while, can we have North Shore Transit help drop off things for us, since they're our bus service company, so parents don't have to print, because printing, we want to kind of minimize that. In our next step, process feedback and questions. We're making adjustments. I mean, and it's taking, we're having to dig deep into the feedback that's given us. Meet with the WNTA. Dave and I touched base last week. We're looking, I know we're going to schedule a time to touch base soon. We're convening a social emotional task force. I will have town hall meetings for parents in July to discuss the frameworks and answer questions. I will set the date soon. I just wanted to get all of our team members approved and our principals and have everyone started, because we have a new assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction and a new principal. And I think it's important for our whole administrative team to be there to answer questions. And then I will also do a similar one. We'll do some similar ones for staff, because I know they have lots of questions as well. We need to open a re-registration for parents. They need to register for remote or e-school. This could include a needs survey and a transportation verification. We need to determine schedule and staffing needs. There could be changes to staff. It's possible we might have to come to you with some needs that we have. but we need to work with staff to determine placement, work with school leadership teams, the district leadership teams, and specific teams of teachers to plan on details of implementing plans. We need to get a final e-learning plan approved at the July Board of Education meeting. We need to present finalized plans, or as close as we can, at the July board meeting, and we're working on a handbook and communication plan for everything. So that was a lot, but that's kind of where we are at this point.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Of course.
And maybe you don't need to answer them right now, but just some thoughts. When we talk about the piece of parent choice, I'm trying to wrap my head around that, because from what I recall, the survey said we had about 8% of parents that would not send their kids to school by choice. But in order to not have mixed age group instruction happen, you need more like 20% of parents to not send their kids to school. And I don't see that possibly becoming a reality. So my question is, in order for parents to have the information to make the correct choice, will they know ahead of time, or at what point will they know if you're choosing to not send your child to school? Just know they will probably be in a mixed age or grade ability group.
I think we're going to be upfront about that when we're presenting the frameworks, that, unless we have enough students to create a section, we're going to have to look at how we're creating those sections.
Right. Okay. And then you'll have the time you need, I guess. Like, what if they change their minds before the school year starts? So I guess those are, you don't have to.
I think that's some questions we also need to talk to our legal counsel about, like, how specific can we be? You're signing up for this. When do we, what language can we use? Because we do need people to commit. And we can set up a time mid-year if we want to relook at re-registration, because, I know our principals then are also working on classroom sizes. There may not be a ton of flexibility to move kids in and out either.
Agreed. Yeah, I just want to make sure parents have the right information so they can make the most informed choices as well. And then I'm hearing a lot of, we're going to add more sections. I know that's not what you mean.
Not with teachers. We're looking at reallocating our existing staff to accommodate our needs. So even though we have specialists in some areas, or we have teachers, we need to kind of put everything on the plate and go, this is what we need for this grade level, and make adjustments for this year coming up. So we're not necessarily looking for more staff. I mean, TAs, we might not be able to utilize the kindergarten and first grade TAs the same way we have, because we might need more lunch supervisors, hall monitors, and other aspects. So it's a reallocation of our staff in order to support this model. And we're gonna have to be flexible, and we're gonna have to look at everything in both buildings to see how that works. Remember that, and I think I want to reiterate to parents, what we're looking and planning is not what we ideally want for education. If we were talking about how are we going to move forward with, how are we enhancing and improving education, none of this stuff would be on the table. We are looking at how can we have the best education possible in the middle of a pandemic with requirements. And there are things that have to be sacrificed in order, and I don't mean sacrifice like they're going to go completely away, but like we can't necessarily have after school programming when we're focusing right now on creating a new kind of educational model. That doesn't mean they're gone forever, and it doesn't mean they can't come back later on in the year, but what we have to focus on right now. Any other questions? I know that was long. We tried to be comprehensive. The original PowerPoint was like 90 slides that the team went through. We cut a lot and then added what the team wants, but I think it's important because I know there are people listening to us to hear what the state's saying and what we're thinking about. As we said, we need to fill in the details. We need to have some town hall meetings, and then we need to figure out where parents are at.
So Erin, a couple of comments and questions, and kind of like Maria, I'm not sure we need to answer them now, but I would like to make sure they're considered. First of all, really good information. So thank you and the team and all the different stakeholders for assembling that. One comment is I would like to see the district put together a cost model for providing shields to 100% of our staff. If shields are effective and allowed, as opposed to masks and face coverings, I think it would enhance the learning experience of in-person education for teachers to be wearing clear shields versus cloth face coverings.
Well, and I do think we're going to have to not mandate a shield versus this because once again, it's what can you teach in for a while. I have had conversations with the Education Foundation, and they are looking to partner with us to provide a shield, like a different, because there's masks that have the plastic opening so you can see lips, but putting out some options and then providing a gift for our teachers. We will also have masks and shields here as well. I mean, we want to provide those options for our staff. But I will say, while the state is mandating shields, our epidemiologist said it is best to wear a mask and a shield together. Now, they're not mandating us to have they say staff and students can just wear a shield. I do believe we would have staff members, if they wanted to wear a shield, who would also wear a mask. And we need to respect and honor that because, as we said, we want to be mindful of what's comfortable for everyone.
I think we should, maybe consider. I don't know what the staff would think. So, the other thing.
But we want to make sure that's an option for everyone.
In regards to the parent choice, and I understand what we're trying to do in terms of give people the options. I think Maria pointed out 8% said they wouldn't send them. I think there's a lot of
almost 25% weren't sure yet.
Fair enough. I think there's a lot of logistics that that would have to be figured out by adding that option in. So there's a part of me that's concerned of the level of focus that would be taking away from trying to create an in-person learning environment for the other 80, 90%. And I think we have to look at why didn't the ISBE recommend or require that be an option school districts give to schools? I think we have to look at, how does the ISBE look at that in terms of attendance so that we can consider those students still present, and what are all the things that we've got to work through? The comment earlier about the commitment. So if I say, yes, I'm going to want my kid in the e-learning, but come October, I say no, does the ISBE allow us to refuse to allow that student who lives in our district to physically report to the school because they, quote unquote, committed on a survey? So there's a lot of logistics.
There's a lot of logistics and legalities that we need to look at. I know, my sister-in-law in another district received an email, saying they're offering a remote learning and you had to make a decision. Mm-hmm. And we're looking at flexibility. I will say, I do believe we are going to have a number of students that will have doctor's notes. Mm-hmm. And then we need to provide, technically it would be homebound instruction, but that is not robust enough when we're here, and we need to think more creatively. And I'd rather have a structure in place. And if we're going to offer it, I think it's more beneficial to those kids who have to stay home if there are other kids also involved. I mean, this is a lot of logistics, and that's why we need to get started yesterday on organizing all of this. But, as I've been getting different concerns from parents, I think our numbers will change with the mask wearing. There are a lot of parents who do not want their student to wear a mask. We cannot debate whether students are going to wear masks or not. That is completely out of our hands. But that is a big issue for parents, and I don't want to alienate people in our community over the mask issue. I want to be as supportive as possible as we can, because our goal is kids' education. And it's going to be it was a struggle last year, and it's going to be a struggle this year. So what can we do to make sure kids are as engaged as possible? Because they're not necessarily the ones making the choice of whether they're coming to school or not.
Correct. Yeah, and the other thing, obviously, is the logistics and the challenges that it could create on our teaching staff. Yeah. I think all of that has to be looked into before we fully commit to these types of options. It's a lot.
And some of it we can't do until we know the numbers. I mean, we're caught in a little bit of, and I'm moving fast, and I'm kind of pushing back a little bit because we have to move so fast. We don't have time to come back to a July board meeting and say, here's the next phase. We need to start working before then, because school is going to open soon, and we have to work, and we kind of need to know what the frameworks are that we're working on, because this isn't something for a year from now. This is something for like 6 weeks from now. And every single moment is going to be spent planning and getting parent feedback and support and doing. And when I meet with parents after the 4th of July, what I don't want to do is say this might be an option. I want to be able to talk about what the options are because they need to know what we need to have those numbers. If the district does not want, the board does not have to do an e-school option. But if we do it, we need to start moving.
Well, my
Moving on
feeling, my feeling is that we do have an obligation to all of the children. Like that is that's in our mission. That's our edict. We have to educate all of the children in our district. And by not providing this alternative, we are forgetting about those children that cannot come to school. And that we know that there will be children that cannot come to school. We don't know how many, but I can't sit here in good conscience and say we're going to take the approach of we force. I mean, essentially not offering the option means we force all children to come to school or have to deal with how do we provide this homebound tutoring, which is in itself a challenge under normal circumstances.
Right.
So like it feels like the right option is the path that we're on right now. And again, it's a lot of work and we all respect that and understand that, but the path we're on really does put the student first.
Right.
And then we figure out the teachers are all committed to the students first. And then like all of this cascades down as it should from having the students first.
But it helps us to have conversations grounded more in that. We need to start moving away from hypotheticals. And so start planning the reality. And I think that's where we're at now. And I think that's sometimes the struggle as the administrative team is talking. When we didn't have guidance, it was all hypothetical. We got guidance, Tuesday. We're trying to make sense of this guidance and say, how can we make this a reality? And I know we have a lot of parents listening. And what I plead for them is, please give us your feedback. Also give us kindness and grace as we start looking through this, because there's so many different issues that we don't even know. And I anticipate there will be bumps on the roads and there'll be some frustration, but everyone's intent is to make sure all kids get an education next year, but also be upfront and honest about what it looks like and what are the challenges and what might not happen. We want to be as transparent as possible. And you might hear a lot of, I don't know, and I don't know yet. Or great question. Let us think about that.
Erin, on the topic of masks, when I read the ISB verbiage, it says everyone wears a mask unless you're incapacitated, unable to remove it, or can't breathe. Do you know for fact that a doctor's note can exempt a child from wearing a mask?
Yesterday on the superintendent webinar, where they talked about it, they specifically said that if a child is not, or a staff member does not wear a mask, they can be essentially exempt if they have a doctor's note. So it's not in this guidance, but that is what they specifically shared with the superintendents yesterday multiple times.
Okay.
So
and I believe that those actually stem from ADA protections.
Yeah.
So the Americans with Disabilities Act provides protections for individuals.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to force a kid that has sensory issues to wear a mask for 8 hours a day.
I'm not suggesting that. I was just getting clarity on what the ISB.
Right. Yeah.
And I think part of our conversations is not to a child is struggling wearing a mask that we're suddenly punitive about the mask, but how do we work with all of our students to normalize wearing masks and to celebrate wearing, we need to normalize it. We need to work with our parents on how to present wearing masks. I mean, some children have been wearing masks for a little while. Some children have not been out of their house and don't know how to wear a mask. So I think there's a process that we need to do with the teachers and the parents and the students. And we do have to develop a policy. And I'm sure the press is going to come out with something, I'm sure, to help guide us in that process. But I don't think there's a goal at all of making it, you don't do it, you have a detention. You don't do it, you're suspended. Because there's there's a lot of work in trying to get students, but at the same time, it is law. It is required. So we need to figure out how to work within that construct and support students. And part of that's the reason why I'm not saying you have to wear a certain kind of mask. Because if this student really loves a face shield, and I use my own son as an example, he likes the gator that's like a turtleneck sleeve that you pull up. And some kids will only wear something with their favorite character on it. I want to support that.
Erin, I just want to go back to one clarification. So, when I think about the parent choice, that to me wasn't those medically necessary. We have to find solutions for those, to Melissa's point, that cannot come to school. Where I was bringing up, though, is this parent choice concept. And quite honestly, when you think about what's best for the student, I have to believe the ISBE has thought through that. And the ISBE is strongly encouraging in-person instruction. So when I think about what's best for the student, for the ISBE, that's getting the students who are medically able into the school. So,
but they're also looking at flexibility, but they're also promoting flexibility to support. They've been very clear that there is trauma in all of our families. We don't know what has happened in homes, jobs, that there could be kids who are still residents of this district, but they need to stay with grandparents because parents are essential workers. There are kids and families who are working without insurance right now to get their doctor's notes or wait lists to get them in. And there's also kind of the undiagnosed mental health issues that are a part of this too, that we also need to work with. And that's why, I think I'm taking, and the team is taking, this viewpoint of, we want to provide, in this time that is full of trauma for our students and staff and parents, we want to be the most supportive we can do. And we don't want to necessarily have arguments. We want to provide an option, because our goal is not to engage in arguments with parents. It's not to engage in arguments with the family. I mean, our goal is to say, here are the options of how we can support you. And this is what we anticipate it looking like. This is what we need from you in order to do this. And trying to be sensitive to the fact that this pandemic, it's impacted our kids and our families. And on the surface, we don't know what that trauma is. And I think that's where we get to that trauma-informed classroom. It's that assumption that everyone has had some sort of trauma. But for some kids, going back to school isn't a reality. They might not even be in the town right now, but they still have a house in the town.
Well, you also have to consider that COVID has caused an enormous amount of fear in many homes, especially those homes that have multi-generational families living in one roof. They sincerely have a fear of letting their children out and having them bring it back and getting their grandparents sick or getting the parents sick. You can't, it's so hard to force those people. You don't know what they're going through. So I think, I know a lot of people, this is a true fear in a lot of people.
Well, and I think it's dangerous to assume something that the ISBE didn't come out directly and say, primarily because there are politics around all of these, directions and guidelines. We know that there are. So I would prefer to entrust the cabinet, the teachers, administration to approach this in the way that they are, because they've put a lot of thought into this. They've read through, they sat down, they've combed through the ISBE recommendations, and this is what they came up with. So that's what I would continue to support.
And
So
we have a lot of work ahead of us. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we want to get out there to the parents as soon as possible. So I know our team is meeting again next week. We have new staff members coming on board that I'm certainly very excited about. By July 6th, we will have our complete team, all hands on deck, to principals, assistant principals, district level administration. And so it's going to be all hands on deck to make the details work. And as I said, I ask parents grace and forgiveness as things maybe are enrolled a little bumpy at times. We're doing our best. And we're, like everyone else, we're figuring out what we can do best for our kids and to support our families.
And if I could add one thing, which is I want to be cautious of language like, can we turn away, or can we have rules? Or I think we have to ask for information so we can make the best calls we have. But in as much as things are changing quickly, I think things are changing quickly for our families too. You know, there's people that right now are being allowed to work from home. They may be called back to work. We have families, you know, that have trouble teaching their kids because they're atypical learners, but they also have health stuff. So I think that if we put the kids and safety at the center, and then not be as rigid as, well, what can we turn away or what can we accept, like the earlier comment, I think that, because if I'm a parent right now listening to this, I'm stressed out that what if I register for one thing and then my situation changes, right? You know, I imagine everybody is stressed. So as much agility, the rules are changing week to week today, even today. So I think letting parents know that we're trying to plan and it would be inconvenient, but what's at the center is safety in the students, and not just safety of the students, but safety of our staff too. I mean, we have some at-risk staff. I think that needs to be the lead in any conversation we have. That and grace and agility for everyone, for kids, for teachers, for staff. So I think the rigid sort of interpretive approach is the wrong one for what it's worth.
Well, I think that's a point well taken. And I think as we walk our way through this, we do want to keep that in the center. I mean, I think we're a little bit like, we need to know, but the reality is we do want to work with each of our families to do what's best for our kids. And we also want to manage it in a way that can be successful for the kids that are already in our so we need to, you're right. It can't be an absolute, it's what's best for our kids.
Okay, so again, I do want to remind parents, we will have another recognition of the audience at the end. And I'm not sure how we're going to manage this, but we do want to collect questions. Know that there will be more communication. We'll be having town halls. We'll be having opportunities with administration, not with the board, because that would be a board meeting. But we really do want to give parents the opportunity to express their concerns, their thoughts, etc. Okay, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. And I will move, you want to, Jeff, you want to move A to the discussion item? Or
That's
I don't know. Okay. So may I have a motion to approve the closed session minutes of the May 28th, 2020 closed meeting of the Board of Education, to approve warrants for the second half of the month of May in the amount of $78,452.11, to approve payroll for the second half of the month of May in the amount of $447,212.25, to approve payroll for the first half of the month of June in the amount of $416,529.43, to approve a personnel report as submitted, and to accept donations, see report.
So moved. Second.
On a roll call, Maria,
Aye.
Laura,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
Nancy,
Aye.
Daphne,
Aye.
and Jeff,
Aye.
and Melissa says aye. Okay, so we have completed the first action item, and action item, approved support personnel hourly rate increases for fiscal year 2021. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on this? Any questions? We talked about this last month. Okay. On a roll call, Maria.
Aye.
Laura.
Laura, you're on mute.
Laura, you're on mute.
Aye.
Bob.
Aye.
Nancy.
Aye.
Daphne.
Aye.
And Jeff.
Aye.
Okay. And then may I have a motion to approve the educational support personnel teaching assistant increases for fiscal year 2021?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. On a roll call, Maria,
Aye.
Laura,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
Nancy,
Aye.
Daphne,
Aye.
and Jeff.
Aye.
Okay. And may I have a motion to approve the updated school calendar for the fiscal year 21 school year?
So we need to actually, yes,
Yes.
after the motion, we need to talk about it.
The motion we need to talk about. Motion?
Aye.
So moved. Okay. So, Erin, I believe you have some information.
Okay. I do have some updated information from what was in the board packet with this. So last month we had talked about that we needed to adjust the school calendar. And based on all the stuff that's going on and the fact that we might have an e-learning plan, put the emergency days at the end of the year. And also we decided to go to 182 days of contract time for the teachers. So I made those adjustments, and then, as we look at equity and diversity, there is a recommendation that at this point, do we also want to consider taking some of those holidays and creating a more inclusive calendar? And those days would be for the school calendar, Diwali, Eid, and Orthodox Good Friday. Diwali happens to be on a Saturday next year, so it doesn't really impact into this calendar, but I wanted just to make sure that it was out there that was kind of what people were talking about. So it would be 2 additional days off during the school year. What that does to the end of the year, if we go with option 1 without considering any other holidays, we would end on Wednesday, June 2nd next year. If we decided to take those additional holidays, we would end on a Friday, June 4th. And then just to throw something else, so what I would need for you guys as a group to decide is option 1 or option 2. Go with the proposed calendar that ends on June 2nd, that just kind of shifts things around and makes it 182 teacher contract days, or consider putting in those holidays, so option 2. I also, and this is the part that wasn't in the packet, is based on the information and guidance, is that districts are now allocated 5 additional days off for students for staff preparation for all these models. And I'm sure as we're talking about social emotional learning, better technology, how to meet and articulate, I think you understand why this professional development is really important. So this doesn't extend the school year. It actually goes in place of a student attendance day. So the admin team and I got together, I think yesterday, and said, okay, so where would we want these 5 days? Because we want to front load them in the year, so that way we're prepared for the whole year. We want to get everything in. So our thought was that we would take the first of these days and put them on. Right now we have 3 Teacher Institute days in August, and then students start on a Thursday. Make that whole week teacher training and support. This would be preparation of the classrooms. As you see, there's a lot of things that have to be packed up and moved in order to maximize space. Review of procedures. There's a million new procedures we're developing. Technology and professional development, safety professional development, instructional alignment of professional development, like get teachers to talk, like how are they going to team together, reviewing student information and data, social emotional professional development, articulation. We also don't want to forget that we're planning to start the year with equity and diversity professional development. So that is also in there. And as the administrative team and I were brainstorming, we're like, that would be a great opportunity to maybe bring in parents in small groups with their students to see the classroom in the building, since the first day of school will look different. So our recommendation would be to take 2 of those days, extend that whole week as teacher training, and students would actually start school on that following Monday, August 24th. And then for the 3 remaining days they give us, put 1 on Friday, September 25th. I believe that bumps up to a 3-day weekend anyways. 1 on Monday, October 19th. There are conferences that evening. And Tuesday, November 24th. That's right before Thanksgiving. And then we we'll have front loaded a lot of what we need to do. So if we have to move to remote learning before the end, there's a lot of talk about flu season, that Thanksgiving, winter, that there'll be a need to go to remote learning. We will have done a lot of our front loading. So my recommendation is to approve either option 1 or option 2. You guys need to decide that. Of the school calendar with the addition of remote and blended learning planning days on August 20th, August 21st, September 25th, October 19th, and November 24th.
Aaron, just want to make sure I'm clear. So with the addition of these 5 days, so we're basically reducing the student teaching days.
And increasing the teacher days.
Okay. Was there consideration so we still have the flexibility within our WNTA contract of 3 additional teacher days. Was there consideration of increasing 3 days for the teachers and thus not taking as many days of instruction away from our students?
We can certainly do that if the board chooses to do that. I kind of went with what we had decided before with the 182 days. I know this was a new piece of information that we didn't have a month ago.
Right.
So I was kind of working within the framework that we had talked about at our last board meeting and put these in.
Yeah, I for one would be concerned because what we're saying is we're going to go from about 185 school days in the 1920 calendar to, if I'm doing the math right, 177 instructional days for the students in the 2021 calendar, correct?
It would be less, and I don't have those numbers in front of me. I have to put it in. So I will admit I was trying to put all this together at the last minute because of the guidance. So
of course.
I didn't get everything done.
And I think the state acknowledges my understanding that there is less educational time, but because that I did read the update, the educational time is going to be so complex with the hybrid that they believe there will be ROI in that teacher prep time for this. So it's not a normal every year sort of days in
that would happen every year.
Correct.
I also want to make just a note that the calendars that I have out there take off election day, which is required for this year. And you cannot make one of those days a teacher day. It is off for everyone according to the state. So there's not a flexibility in there. Election day is off. Buildings cannot be occupied on election day except for election. So I need someone to decide first, do we want to add in those 3, but only 2 are for next year, or not?
I support adding them.
Yeah, I think I've been clear on where I've stood on this for years. So yeah.
Aaron, we had a conversation about this. I know before we approved the original calendar, we had some survey results from our community around various holidays. Do you have? I don't have that available here to make that decision. Do we remember which board meeting that was in where we had that discussion?
Oh, I think we got the calendar approved in November last year.
And is that when we reviewed the community survey?
I believe so. And I know that there was, when we looked through it, there were increasing requests for, there were 2 kind of divergent points of view as what happens in a lot of surveys. There was increasing requests for consideration of other religious holidays if we were going to incorporate certain religious holidays. So I think the interpretation was, if we're going to take off this, then we should consider other religious holidays that our families observe. Or there was also parents say, just take the federal holidays off and let parents and deal with the like just take Columbus Day, take Veterans Day, just stick it with federal holidays. But I think the opportunity to look at this really comes right now as part of the things that were coming out in the public comments, that just using this as an opportunity to really look and I think parents in some of the comments, it was really loud and clear. We want us to look at some of our practices. So do we use this as an opportunity to look at some of our practices and decisions?
Erin, what is your recommendation?
I remember the meeting, and what happened at the time was that there was a feeling that there were not enough of those communities to take the days. was the direction of the discussion. And I will repeat the points I've made in that, is that it isn't just about the families that celebrate the holiday. It is about the children of the whatever majority is, acknowledging that there are other holidays besides the ones that are part of sort of whatever the baseline is, right? So besides the typical white Christian holidays, there are other holidays, which changes the default answer from what I might see as a person of privilege to it can be many things. So it's less about the survey and how many people might need the holiday, but it becomes about the environment we want to create in our buildings around the discussion of those days. So it's the difference between all lives matter and Black Lives Matter, right? To say, well, we only have a couple or we can't do all. And at the time, you know, I was in the minority, and if I still am in the minority, that's fine. But I continue to believe that it's 2 days that then not only send a message to the numbers of families that celebrate that, but also to our families that might not celebrate it, but the kids don't think of, you know, just the main holidays as the ones that celebrate and everything else is other. So I'll stop talking, but that's my point of view.
And I'm fine with the 2 days. My question, Erin, is will this potentially create an undue hardship on families with respect to childcare because we're diverging from the township calendar? I don't know how to balance everybody's needs best.
I think that's the struggle. I think we have some practicalities, and then we have our messaging, our what our district wants to be in support. And any days off that we have are going to, I mean, next year, these 5 remote learning days are going to create a hardship for our families. I think the question before the board is this is an opportunity to maybe to say there's a reason why we're different from the rest of the community. And there's a reason why we're being divergent because we want to send the message out that we want to actually put action to our desire to be an inclusive community. But it's,
also,
no matter what, any days we have off is a hardship to our community. And we are going to have families who go, it is so amazing and wonderful that you do this opportunity. And then we have families, every time we have a day off that's not a federal holiday, of this is really difficult for us.
And just to, I mean, and that's what privilege sounds like, right? Because there's people that don't celebrate Christmas, so that's hard for them. Right. So I mean, again, the choice can be, but the reason that change is slow, and like I said in comments to all of you, is I think I am committed to identifying places where we make the privileged choice. And if that's the choice the board wants to make, that's fine, but that's what this would be. It would be a choice that leans on what is convenient for the majority, which continues to uphold the systemic superiority. That's what that does.
Laura, I don't think... Sorry.
Please, Jeff, you are the person to explain this to me. Go ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't know you weren't finished. It's hard over the video.
No, I know you go ahead, explain it, please.
I wasn't going to explain anything. I don't think, so what I was going to say is I don't necessarily view this as a labeling a particular choice. What I'm concerned about is what I've heard every time we've had a calendar discussion since I've been on the board has been talking about how our community works with the other township calendars. And we work with calendars specifically with 225 because I've heard multiple times that we have families that rely on childcare from their older students. So I'm concerned as we take days off, what does that do to those families that require that childcare? I'm looking at the whole picture. I also believe that when we are in school on any holiday for any culture, it's a great time to use that in-session day to educate and inform all of our students about that particular day. So there are ways of bringing it to life to all students, even if we're not in session. So that's where my concern is.
well, Jeff, I would just say that the challenge there is then the argument would be, why aren't we in school on Christmas? We can teach the other children about Christmas or Yom Kippur or Rosh Hashanah. And we recognize that because those are, historically, this has been a practice in our district to have those days off. But we can teach the day before the day off. We can teach the day after the day off. And the other thing that I believe is really important is we put out a statement last month about how, we support the movement that's been happening within our country, that Black Lives Matter, that all and everything that encapsulates. We made a commitment to support and embrace and actually start to practice diversity and inclusion. This to me is a step towards that, and it needs to be a priority. That's what we're learning, is it needs to be a priority, that maybe it trumps some of our previous conversations because our previous conversations were flawed. They were, rife with bias, etc. So now is the time to take a stand. And it's 2 days.
And no one's saying that maybe 225, I mean, it's probably 225 is doing the same thing to think of all these things and will probably change right along with us. I guess that's what I'm assuming.
I think it's quite possible that, and it would be lovely. I mean, I do think every district is going to need to have these conversations. Our opportunity comes right now because we need to update our calendar. So, and I think that was kind of where it came from, is given the conversations, is this part of our conversation about action?
Right.
And the question about who's going to be on the,
Will be in the head.
Sorry, I was just saying,
It's
Laura,
question-
225 would be in support of exactly what you're saying. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the time to make those changes, right?
well, and it doesn't mean we're not on the edge of change, right? So part of being a leader is daring to do difficult things, right? And not being silent about hard things. So if we're on the edge of this, first of all, our community is diverse. And picture if you move into our community, and let's say you celebrate a holiday that isn't on our calendar, but you see that we celebrate so many others, you're going to feel a little less other. And when you read about the difference between an individual racist, which there are many, and systemic racism starts in how we educate and in how we signal. And as school board members, we actually have impact on the system and on how our kids are educated. And it's decisions like this where people of privilege and in places of authority say, we got to follow the masses, and 225 isn't doing it. Well, you know what? Just then write a letter to 225. As a white man, you know what I need as a brown woman? Guys like you to stand up. The guys like you not to tell me, hey, the status quo is where we need to go. What people of color need is white men to stand up and say, enough. And you know what, 225, here's what 31 did, and why don't you join us? That would be amazing if you did that, instead of trying to talk us down from an important change. So I'll stop talking. I think we just need to vote, because clearly, whatever, we spent hours talking about this stuff, and we ended it no. The only difference is that now we're revisiting, and I think I'm not going to roll over as easily as I have for the last 7 years.
So can I move to a vote? Or
Yeah.
and okay, so on a roll call, may I have a motion to approve. I'm sorry, I guess we need to figure out, I was going to just go with option 2, but I'll go around and do a straw man on who wants option 1 or option 2. So when I call on you, please say option 1 or option 2, and I'll ask Tina or Aaron if you can just keep track. I know it's only 7, but so Maria?
Can you please repeat option 1 and option 2?
Yeah, that doesn't.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Want me to summarize it? Option 1 is we make calendar adjustments where we moved our emergency days and we took off election day because it's required. Was that it? And adjust the number of days we work. Okay, so the 182 days, no election day. So that's how it's different from the previous calendar. Option 2 includes those plus two holidays. It would have been 3, except one of them is on a Saturday. So 2 additional holiday observances of Eid and Greek Easter or Orthodox Good Friday. Sorry.
So the important part to understand is that option 2 is the one that recognizes the additional religious holidays. That's the primary difference. Option 1 is not accepting, observing the additional religious holidays. Option 2 is to observe them in our calendar next year. Maria?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think we all need to be a little bit more respectful of one another, because that's all I need to say on that topic for right now. I think when people bring up the concept of let's make sure we're thinking about all families, especially those that this decision might put undue hardship on, I think that's a fair thing to discuss and not make people feel demeaned or name called because of it. So I just urge us all to be a little more respectful and listen with active, open ears and not be as judgmental. But aside from that, I myself am Greek Orthodox, irrelevant. But the reason I brought up my comment is, there isn't a large population of Greek Orthodox people in District 31, and I probably know a lot of them. And while I would like the day off for my family, my children to observe, I wouldn't necessarily want to do that at the expense of an undue hardship on a lot of other families. That said, I'm fine with option 2. I just wanted to make sure we discuss the fact and we're conscious of, let's just be sure we talk this through so that we're not putting families in situations that are creating things that create more inequity for our district. So that's all. So I'm for option 2.
And I just want to interrupt for a second. When calling out systemic racism is equated to calling someone a name, that's like, you can't separate yourself. I think I just simply said that we need to leave.
You can't call people racist, Laura, without listening to where they're coming from, okay?
Who did I call racist?
Your
Did
opinion.
I call anyone a racist? This is the definition of white fragility. Did I call you a racist? Did I call Jeff a racist? I asked him as a white male to support 225 in following us and being inclusive. The fact I'm asking for support and that gets equated to calling someone a racist is, I think, part of the problem.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it.
Okay. So Maria, you support option 2.
Yes.
Laura?
Option 2.
I just want to clarify, what's the second holiday? I just want to know the 2 holidays.
It's Eid in May, and it's Diwali. Or no, sorry, it's Eid in May, and it's the Orthodox Good Friday. If Diwali had been during the school year, we would have also included Diwali. I mean, it's during the school year; it's on a Saturday, so it's really looking at the inclusion of 2 holidays. But I want to recognize that this did include in the thoughts the third one.
Easter or Eastern Orthodox is
Eid.
one, and what is the second one?
Eid, E-I-D.
Eid. Thank you.
That's the end of Ramadan.
I will go with option 2.
Nancy?
Option 2.
Daphne?
Option 2.
Jeff?
Option 2.
And I support option 2. So we will confirm option 2. So that should be fine for the vote, correct?
Yeah.
We don't
So
need-
you want to approve
No,
option
we want to
2?
approve option 2 on a roll call.
Sorry, Melissa, sorry. So we did part A. I think part B is still deciding what we're doing with the 5 days. Are we all, what is the motion in terms of the 5 days? So I know what I'd be voting on.
So so it could be a recommendation to approve option 2 of the school calendar with the addition of remote and blended learning planning days on August 20, 22nd, September 25th, October 19th, and November 24th.
I'd like to see us add 3 more days back to the student instruction in addition. So I don't know how my colleagues feel. I'm concerned about, this is going to be a costly school year in a lot of different ways. But I'd rather put put some money back towards student instruction as well. So,
Does anyone else have an opinion? Should I add that as the 5 additional days or 3 additional days, Jeff? Is that correct?
you'd have to actually do the math and figure out how it would work, but
So it would be adding 3 more additional days into the calendar, and it would essentially take us to the following Wednesday for the start of the school year. I still have to enter all this into the computer to make sure it all works out, but
yeah, or we could start on the same day. You know, teachers could start earlier. I don't know how it would all work out, but
I would be hesitant to start earlier because I don't think we'll be ready for us to start any earlier than that first day of school.
Right. Then at the end of the day, then, Aaron, I don't necessarily, despite wanting to get the instruction days in, I don't necessarily think we can add it to the end at this point. We've got a lot of holidays in the middle, so I'm fine keeping, taking 5 instructional days and just making them teacher days.
Okay, does anybody else have an opinion? Okay, Erin, so you're gonna have to help me by letting me know what I need to.
So is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve
Option 2.
option 2, which adds the 2 holidays that fall on school days this school year.
Mm-hmm.
We're adjusting the number of teacher work days to 182. We add election day, November 3rd, as a non-attendance day due to legislation. And we will move
emergency days.
Emergency days to the end of the school year. So on a roll call.
And add in the remote and blended learning plan days as presented.
And add the remote and blended learning days as presented. So, okay. Second, anyone gonna second Maria's?
Second.
Okay, Maria, on a roll call.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
Aye.
Nancy.
Aye.
Daphne.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Okay. So gotta get back up.
Do we have to do something with the pulled minutes, or is that after closed? Because we still have to get those approved because they were pulled.
Yeah, we wanted to add that as a discussion item.
Correct.
And so we can move that to the discussion item and then go back and approve them.
Okay.
So, administrative reports.
Oh no, you've heard enough from us.
We're done. We're done. Kathy, the monthly budget reports, P-card summary sheets, and facilities update.
Okay, thank you. Nice to see everyone again. Welcome, Shaitan, to our district. I wanted to start with can you guys hear me okay? Okay. I wanted to start with the monthly financial reports. So the first report included is the treasurer's report, which is the bank reconciliation summary. And this reflects an ending fund balance right now of 17 million, which is 1.5 less than the prior month as we work through the year. Makes sense. Last year at this time for May of 2019, the fund balance was 21.6 million, which did include money that we have expended for capital projects. Again, the average rate of return on investments fell a little bit to 0.54 instead of 0.83. And hopefully that'll be bouncing back soon. On the next, actually that was from the investment summary that had the rate of return. And then the other report, the general ledger summary, just pointing out a couple things. As of May 31st, the capital projects fund balance was 769,000. That will be going down to about 520 after we pay some bills in June. If you go to the May budget report, current year compared to prior year, We have revenue totals of around 93% that we've brought in compared to 99% last year. And again, this is mainly due to the less property tax that we received from the tax refund. And you could see that it affects the operating funds across the board there. The ed, the O&M, IMRF, Social Security, and Transportation, those were affected a bit, but transportation is more offset because we get some reimbursements from the state where that's not happening as much with the others, except for the ed fund, which we've already had those come in. We're still hoping for a couple more. And if you look at the capital projects revenue, it's 10% over budget as the district continues to receive developer and impact fees from the Providence project. They're still selling homes on a regular basis. And if you go to the expenses, the percentage of the education fund expenses are higher than the prior year and will most likely exceed the budget at this point in time. We are still researching. Janine and I are working with NSSED to research the charges that we've had this year. We still feel that they are above what they should be. So we've been working with them to make sure that we haven't overpaid for the year based on possible billing error. And there was a question last month about where we should be by the end of June. And would we have a $750,000 surplus? And I could tell you that from where we are and how I've projected for June, we will not be having a surplus to the best of my knowledge. And again, that is due really to those two issues that I've talked about before. So when you look at the operating fund balance, I did a cash flow, and if you look at the operating fund balance altogether, it's sitting at about 65% for the end of June. If you take working cash out of that, because that has the ability of skewing the numbers a little bit for the rest of the funds. So the other operating fund balances are anticipated to be about 40%. And you have to remember what our policy says is in order to figure out a fund balance at any particular point of time, and this is a good point of time because it's the end of the year in June, you are looking at what we anticipate expenses to be next year and divide that by the fund balance. So that's what this is, how that's calculated. So does anyone have any questions on the financial reports? Okay, thank you. And then I'll give you the P-card summary sheets are in there. Any questions, you're always welcome to call and ask me or email me. For the facilities report, the update, the Winkleman project, the site project is now considered substantially complete, which means it could be used for its intended purposes. There's a few smaller items that need to be complete, and we did mention a number of items last month that were in progress. Those have been completed. That includes the trash enclosure fence as well. There's some concrete tire bumpers that still need to be installed, and the detention pond will need to be hydroseeded in the fall. They do not do that in the hottest months coming because it just burns away. And at this point, all the equipment has been removed from the site. If you haven't seen Winkleman, the seal coating, striping, and patchwork is done, and that repair at the south end of the entrance was made, and it looks very nice. The landscaping has been completed, even around the playground area. And there is still some storm sewer work that needs to be confirmed before they consider it completed. So for field school, I just wanted to mention it took a number of months, quite a number of months, but we finally received word from Cook County regarding the final improvement plan for Landwehr Road, where we had to consider if we should have a left turn lane or if we could just cross hatch that area. And they did agree that no left turn lane was needed, which is really good news for us. That would be quite an expensive project. And the work for that updated crosshatching on the lane is estimated to be about $3,000. So obviously a much less expensive repair than widening the road and adding a left turn lane. The site work at Field, the fields at Field continue to need some attention, and Erin and I have been working with the architect and contractor throughout this process and continue to do so. We're again following up on another round of fine tuning some of the project's outcomes. There's a few areas with elevation issues that we're trying to improve, and unfortunately they made two efforts to hydroseed the area, and due to all the heavy rain, it basically washed away and many of the areas did not take. And that creates some problems because when there's nothing holding the soil in place, like grass that would grow, when it rains, it washes oil out of the soil. And if you've noticed, there's some fences up there to kind of retain some of the soil that's there now. But when it washes away the soil, a lot of rocks come up from underneath. So we're going to have another round of them removing some rocks and going over the fields. We walked the fields a few times just to see the condition of it. So we will be working with them again. Right now there are clean out pipes on the south end of the field towards the synagogue by the soccer field. And those were put there along with drain tiles because there was concerns about standing water over on that edge. So those clean outs, those pipes that are sticking up, we are going to have those completely buried since they are close to the soccer field and we don't want the kids hurting themselves in that area. There are some tracks that were created by the equipment and that will be fixed. And we have not been able to put the fence up around the detention area because we don't want to put a fence up before we finish the improvements on the field. So it's a process. Everything takes time. We're also looking into the costs and the option of potentially sodding and watering costs to see if we could expedite this process instead of just trying hydroseeding again. But again, we have to look at the cost of that type of project. At this point, it appears we may not have use of the fields in the fall, but again, we're trying to work through that. And we've also asked for a drawing to just see what it would look like or what it would cost if we relocated one of the basketball nets further away from the detention area. I think the fence would help once it's up, but we just want to see what the cost is and take it into consideration. And I just also anybody have questions on that? Okay, thank you. And I just want to say this week, we had the printers and copiers installed at both buildings. And Dave Del Basio, I wanted to say, was so very happy with how the plan worked. It was executed flawlessly. There were no problems whatsoever. And so we were happy to get that in a month early. And due to that, we don't have to pay the 60th payment out of this 5-year lease, which saves us about $5,400. And lastly, we are working on starting the focus back to getting cameras in the buildings. So we will be working on an RFP process to fine tune and finalize. And we have a meeting scheduled for next week to get this in motion.
Thank you. Board report. I have nothing from the Northfield Township Board of Presidents. I did attend the NSSED meeting. They approved their budget for the next fiscal year, and reaffirmed their commitment to the new branding, the marketing, so that the head of the marketing group that helped them put together the brand, did a presentation. They just pretty much a continuation of what we had discussed last month, just a lot of approvals. They don't have a meeting in July. So next month we can figure out who will start attending the NSSED board meetings going forward after that. Daphne Frank, Glenview Plan Commission.
Nothing.
Laura Edred. Nothing. Nancy.
Nothing.
Ed, nothing. Bob Reese's Northfield Committee.
Thank you. I think you skipped Nancy.
The next meeting is July 8th.
Okay. I'm sorry, who did I skip?
Nancy.
Oh, I thought she said nothing.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah. Okay,
So
sorry.
we'll let Bob finish, and then Nancy will we'll start.
Okay.
The next meeting of the Northbrook Economic Development Committee is July 8th. It'll be
Okay.
Okay, so Nancy, sorry, I thought you said nothing. Go ahead.
That was Daphne, but that's okay. I just wanted to add, I don't have much, but I wanted to add that the Education Foundation is actually, as Erin already alluded to, are working together to try to help give her some money to help offset the cost for, getting us back to school this year. And PTO, as far as I know, has additional monies left over from fundraising that we never did spend. So they too are thinking of ways to help the schools to get started for the fall too. So we have some additional monies coming to us that would hopefully help out the two schools. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, stakeholder, no meeting.
No meeting.
Maria?
Yeah, nothing to add that we didn't already spend a few hours talking about.
Okay, great. And then we'll move on to student enrollment.
Okay, so student enrollment wasn't in the packet, so I will show it really quickly so our community members can see. I'm just showing you what the current registration is. I mean, we've already talked about the need, and I'm just popping this up here. Just give me 1 second. We already talked about the need to really look at, because we're looking at different models for next year. So I have not broken this down yet by, there we go. I have not broken this down yet by class size and sections because we don't know how many sections we're having of any given thing. So I just wanted to show you that this is where we are right now with our grade. This is our NSSED enrollment. So you can see this is the total number, this is who's not started yet. This is on hold. This is started. And this row is the row that is fully submitted at this point. These are the people who have already submitted. These are the people on process, and these are the people notified not started. We are contacting parents, but I do think it'll help once I have these town hall meetings and parents know, some parents are just hesitant to register until they know what the options are. So more information next month, but I just want to at least give that.
Thank you. FOIA request, ABC 7. So,
yeah, Kathy.
Yeah, they just wanted to know how we were tracking attendance while we were remote. And so the principals and assistant principal provided some information that was shared, and that seemed to suffice.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then discussion items. So we can go back to the outstanding need to approve the open session minutes of the May 28, 2020 regular meeting of the Board of Education. So Jeff?
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. So the reason I had asked us to remove that from the consent agenda, I felt it needed some discussion. On page 1 of those minutes, page 4 of our board packet for the colleagues, I believe we have 2 inaccurate statements and 1 omission. In the addition or changes to the agenda section, it incorrectly states my ask. My ask was for the adoption of board norms for remote meetings. and it incorrectly states the discussion. The decision to not add the topic to the agenda was unilaterally made by Board President Melissa Chu Valentinas. The omission is that the comments about understanding and the need for us to have clear policies and procedures for board members requesting topics to be added to the agenda was not included in the minutes. So I'm proposing that we have those minutes adjusted and approve them at our July meeting.
So I'm sorry, I'm trying to find all of them.
No problem.
So you want to add you want them in the notes?
I think the minutes should reflect the conversation we had accurately, yes.
So,
These minutes do not reflect that conversation accurately.
okay, and you do I'm fine with that. My question is, what obligation do we have to get these approved, like within a certain amount of time?
According to board policy 2:022, we have until the second subsequent meeting, which would be the July meeting.
Okay, great. All right, that's fine.
Okay.
But
Get it updated.
we'll get it updated. No
We'll go
problem.
back and re-listen to that section.
Yeah, and
Thank
noting that, I'm happy to have everything in there, but the appropriate board notes, we know per policy, just need to have a high level reflection of what was discussed or brought up at the meeting.
But what's in the statements that are in here are inaccurate.
So, okay, we'll make those changes, Jeff. No
We'll make
problem.
those changes.
Thank you.
Okay, so then our first discussion item is consideration of a District 31 Board of Education anti-racism statement.
So this really, well, first of all, I just want to thank parents and community members who commented earlier. And I think there's been a lot of conversation, and I think this is awesome, about action and what are we doing in terms of action. And Melissa and I had a conversation, what could we do that is more than just a conversation, but right now in the summer, this month, that can show some action. And that was have a conversation about an anti-racism statement that the board could adopt at our next meeting, to be very proactive and articulate our desire to be a community where an anti-racist community. I also just want to comment briefly. A lot of people have asked about our equity audit. And we talked about it at another board meeting. When I started as superintendent, this has always been a passion of mine. I knew it was a passion of the board too. So I started the process of looking to see who could help us with this audit, because I knew it would be, in some cases, really in all cases, challenging conversations and something new to bring to our community, but something really important for our students. I found Yvette DeBelle. She is from the DuPage Regional Office of Education, and she is the Executive Director of Equity and Professional Learning. And I really liked how she did equity audit. She does about 5 a year. She is currently doing them for some districts. But I became superintendent too late to book her for this year. So last fall, I booked her for next year to begin that equity audit process. And then we accelerated it by moving an administrative and teacher leader component to introduce that equity audit. In the meantime, we have also scheduled professional development from Yvette and from the DuPage Regional Office of Education on white privilege, bias, to do with our staff. We have also booked her to do a parent version of that as well. Of course, at this point, we are looking at virtual, and we're having to evolve how the equity audit is going to look if we can't do in person as much, and that's what we're committed to doing. There will be about 30, I can't even remember the number now, focus groups with parents, students, and staff conducted by Yvette. we will get a report in the spring, and our report will be presented at the board, and it will be presented in whatever format we get on our website, as we did with our special ed study this year. And Kathy has also put up other studies that we've done, like the transportation study. One thing we have done this year to increase transparency is adding areas to our website where people can have access to these studies and information. Whatever is said is what we need to learn from and where we need to grow from and need to build goals. So saying that, because I think there were questions about that, and I wanted to be that we are excited about this process. And we know it's going to be a challenging process, but challenge is good because challenge is transformational and we'll be able to support our kids. But then that goes back to what can the board do right now? And that's where this idea of an anti-racism statement, our Haley, who's our communications director, helped me research what some other districts are doing. And Melissa and I talked, and this is a draft. This is the place to start, not necessarily a place to end. So, and this was in the board packet that we sent out, the draft of this. So.
What page of the board packet? Sorry.
What?
What page of the board packet?
I actually don't have the board packet in front of me, so I don't know. I have separate. But it should be one of the last items up there.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing it, unfortunately.
I didn't either.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'm trying to find it in.
When I read through it, I didn't see it either.
Okay, so somehow, Tina, do you know where it is in there?
I'm pulling it up. 1 second.
I have a hard copy here, Melissa, that I just showed Aaron, and we didn't see it in here.
So
Yeah, I've read it before, obviously.
okay, well then let me pull it up. And it was supposed to be in that packet. I don't know how it got omitted.
I apologize. I thought it was the variant like 70, page 77, but I don't see it now. I made some changes in the beginning of the board packet this morning, so I apologize.
Yeah. So this might be a harder conversation, but I do think it's an important one. Let me. Okay. That's calendar adjusted enrollment report. Sorry, just finding it. There we go. So why don't I read through it so you guys can hear it? And once again, I said this is a place to start, not necessarily a place to end. So an equity and anti-racism resolution. Yes.
As you read it, sorry, I just want to make sure I understand the goal of tonight. Is the goal of tonight for the board to agree that we need and want a statement? Is the goal for the board to adopt this or an amended statement? Just make sure I understand, please.
I think the goal is to decide if the board wants to move forward with doing such a statement, what they like, or if there's anything they want to see added. So it could be, if the board decided to go through, it would be more of an action item next month.
Thank you.
Okay. So whereas the West Northfield School District 31 Board of Education and Administration is deeply saddened by the recent senseless and tragic deaths throughout our nation that have resulted from racism. And whereas the board is expressly opposed to racism and is committed to promoting an environment where racism does not affect students' well-being and has previously recognized that any form of racial discrimination or harassment can be devastating to an individual's academic project, progress, social relationship, and or personal sense of self-worth. And the board is committed to its policy of not tolerating racial discrimination or harassment. And whereas the board is committed to ensuring equal educational opportunities available to all students without regard to race, and is committed to providing an inclusive, respectful, and supportive learning environment in which racial diversity is valued. And the board recognizes that educational institutions have a responsibility to address racism, including by reshaping discourse and curriculum and by actively pursuing racial equity. And whereas the board stands united with others in the pursuit of racial justice, and the board is committed to a culture of continuous improvement, which drives the fulfillment of our mission to provide an educational program that maximizes the intellectual, physical, social, and emotional development of each child in a safe, nurturing, and diverse environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of West Northfield School District 31 that the board recognizes that racism is a crisis affecting our entire society, and the board condemns racism and reiterates its rejection of racist and other hateful behavior and language. Be it further resolved that the board will continue to progress in an equity-oriented organization, by continuing to identify actions to further enhance diversity and ensure anti-racism in education, and that school leadership shall identify objectives through the 2020-2021 equity audit to further advance racial equity and report outcomes to the board. So I will admit this is heavily borrowed from another district because we don't, but it was a place to start.
So I support adopting an anti-racism resolution. It to me feels like the next step after what was sent out last month from the board, and to take an affirmative stance that that we are actually going to bring equity and anti-racism, anti-racist focus and practice to the forefront.
Melissa, I agree with you. I think that some parents were not happy that our message wasn't quite strong enough. And I think that this will show that we are in support of what's happening in the world right now.
May I ask, can we push ourselves a little harder to maybe also talk about, religion and culture? Can we make a statement that includes respect for, people who are feeling less than because of things like that? Like, can we push ourselves to come out there and be a little stronger on all of those fronts? Cool.
Does anyone have an opinion?
I mean, I would like to see our statement be as broad as possible towards any sort of hate behaviors and language, of any differences for anyone, right?
Does what you read, because I couldn't read it was too tiny on my screen, does it mention anti-Semitism and things? Because, I mean, as Jews, we go through a lot of anti-Semitism as well as other people going through racism. Is it mentioned in there or no?
This one does not, because this one focuses specifically on anti-racism resolution.
Okay.
That doesn't mean but that doesn't mean that's why it's a discussion. It was a place to start.
So do we just?
And I only ask because we just had a discussion about, including different religious holidays. And I don't know, I just thought it'd be nice to push ourselves and be a little bit more understanding of everybody. I don't know, just my thought.
And is this something that we can all meet again to mold, or like are we going to discuss it again to see like what other things, like we can all vote that yes, we need to have something like this and move forward with this. But I mean, as far as adding anything to it, or, and what's the process?
I think we would have a couple of options. Either one, you have, I think one is you give a list of factors you'd like, and I come back and kind of present something. Two, we could have a board member or two, help draft and pull something together with me. We can't have more than two because otherwise it would be a board meeting. Mm-hmm. But assist in putting those ideas in there. I do think this is the discussion meeting to make sure we get the statement. If that's where the board wants to go, I don't think I think it's something we would like to vote on in July. So that way we can make sure we're going into our school year with that sort of statement, if that's where the board is going. But if we want to look at some other language to include in there to make it broader, we can certainly do that.
I'd like a couple things. So what prompted my original letter was when we were trying to get the statement out last week, right? Or whenever it was, 3 weeks ago, there was a note sent. There's a couple board members that didn't think we needed, or were questioning if we needed a statement. And there was a letter sent with a point of view that pretty much said, although we support the ideas, and I'm looking at it, I'm not sure a statement's necessary. And then it went back on, which we better be, I think we need to be quite careful with the wording. Specifically, I prefer we do not call out specific instances of injustice while leaving out countless others unnamed. We need to be careful to not commit to more than we're already doing as a board. We need to prioritize other things for administration to focus on. And so that's what caused that, the speed in the internal conversations that I wanted to bring them up. This dialogue, although we want to be inclusive, and that's the definition of belonging, is a very polite conversation around all lives matter, right? And so if I have to, I do, of course, all lives matter, but that's as if I said to my husband after a bad day, do you love me? And he said, oh, I love everyone. You know, when we talk about let's include everyone, I think it softens the message to the folks of color that are being systemically victimized. And we're having that conversation just in much more polite language. The other thing is when we start, the equity audit is a nice, but and that took 7 years. I mean, and the reason that I'm so angry, you know, which it's funny that the brown woman gets called angry for bringing this up. Thanks. But I'm not angry. I'm frustrated that for 7 years I've been fighting for this. Erin, thankfully, as a superintendent, is on board. But I sat in this meeting when I was told we have good diversity issues. We have an assembly on Martin Luther King Day. And I said, no, equity is about the books and the things. And it's been years of that argument. And many of you some of you weren't in those meetings and some of you were. But we sit here and would talk about issuing this statement while we talk about softening its edge. When 3 weeks ago, we talked about, like, can our community handle a message like this? But I want to be clear that I really don't care about the letter. If this gets approved, whatever the language is, this means that we are committed to looking at things and looking at social justice as a horizontal, not a vertical. It's not just the equity audit. It's how are we hiring? It's how are we talking to our students? How are we looking at the curriculum? Why is it that I had to teach my children about Tulsa and what has happened in this country, about their own history as Mexican immigrants? Those are the questions. So it's not a one-off. It's a horizontal in how we look at everything. And if we're not committed to that, then we shouldn't issue a statement because then it's just performative. Like, I'll give you an example. I sent this board and this admin a list of things, some articles that took 5 minutes to read about performative allyship, about white privilege, about taking an unconscious bias quiz from Harvard. I didn't make that up. I sent that 3 weeks ago. Who took something? Who read something? Right? Yet I get corrected for tone. Google privilege. When you're telling me I'm rude for calling the system racist, I didn't call anybody racist. I called the system racist. I said, help me fight racism, write a letter. And I get accused of calling someone a name. That's the definition of you're so privileged that you consider yourself part of the system. And so politely, and I'm trying to be polite because heaven forbid my tone. But when we talk about, let's make sure everybody that is fragile is included. Of course, everyone's included. We're having a very polite conversation that's the equivalent of all lives matter. So I don't care what letter we issue. I thought the first one was watered down. I think this one's stronger, but it's about what we do from here on out. And I'll stop talking.
I suggest that we have a anti-racist statement, and putting some other things in it may dilute the message of that statement. I would suggest that with respect to religious discrimination or being inclusive of religious beliefs, that we have a separate statement on that, and on that one we could promote or at least advise people of us moving forward with recognizing a couple of additional religious holidays. Have two statements. They don't have to be at the same time.
I feel like I agree with you, Bob. I think it will dilute the statement, and we can't pretend that there is not a reason why this is coming forward now. Right. This was not just, oh, spontaneously District 31 came up with this. And I'm sure we've all seen these memes on Facebook, if you're on social media, Instagram, of, Black Lives Matter because their houses are on fire. And that's what's driving us to say an anti-racist statement and to put one out and to really take a stand that this is our first step in how are we going to move forward as a district to truly embrace those families that have been subjected to systemic racism, to things that I don't know about, the things that the rest of us on the board don't experience. And I feel like I agree with Bob. I think it's important to keep this kind of in the form that it is, because that's why we're doing it right now. I think we lose the meaning of why we're even this road that we're on, this road that I believe is really important for us as a district, for us as people, for our families, that we continue to say we're on this road to try and fight the systemic racism that exists just in our practices. It's not a judgment. Everybody has unconscious bias, and that's okay. I mean, it's okay because it's not a judgment. It's not okay that we continue, but you know what I'm saying. But I do believe very firmly that it's important to take a stand, and I think it takes courage. I think it makes us uncomfortable. I think we have to anticipate uncomfortable discussions, and as Aaron's dad said, if the conversations aren't comfortable or aren't uncomfortable, we're not doing it right. So I would prefer to move forward with something that is not diluted and is really focused on racism and anti-racism.
I'm fine with a strong statement on anti-racism. I also like Bob's suggestion in that we don't have to put them out at the same time, but that we also voice strong statements against other forms. I like Bob's suggestion. I feel like if we time them differently, I don't think it dilutes from the message that we're trying to send at all.
Anyone else have an opinion?
I'm fine with that.
I wanted to just say that I think that we need to have the statement. I didn't feel that it would necessarily dilute the situation. I just feel that sometimes when we do come up with these subjects and we have to talk about it, everyone's feelings come into play. And sometimes I feel that we just have to be understanding to everyone's feelings, because while one group is focused on one thing, other people are focused on other parts of that. So if we're all talking about racism or we're talking about like inclusion, it's going to bring up race, it's going to bring up religion. So I think sometimes it can be confusing and things are going to be mixed. So I appreciate all the comments that everyone's made tonight, and feel that they were all, very important. And there's a lot of passion on our board and in the community and in the world. And I feel that we just kind of all want to be heard sometimes. And I think that, we just need to decide, like we're talking about, which statements do we want to talk about first? Not that we're going to exclude any for anyone's other, for other passions that other people have, that we want to express on this board. So I feel that, right now I'm just passionate myself. My heart is racing because I want to say this, because I just think that we do have to just be considerate to everyone's feelings, outside of this room, to the community, to everybody, because, we're all hearing it from so many people. And I think that we're all expressing just different parts of it. I don't think that, I think that sometimes we take it as, you're not getting it, we're not saying it harder. And I personally don't feel that sometimes
that's the message that other people are giving. And I think that's where we go first. And I just wanted to express that. But I feel that I love the passion that everyone has for all of this. And I do like the idea of maybe, as Bob mentioned, maybe we do need to separate it. But I think that we do need to make that statement. And that's all I needed to say. I just wanted to kind of express that. Thanks.
Okay, so I don't hear any dissension about adopting an anti-racism resolution. Does anybody want to participate in kind of massaging what we have right now? Is this what you want to go with? Do we want to just put it out for feedback? I'm open to whatever process the board would like to finalize this to vote on next month.
What are we doing?
We have to approve. Nancy just asked, what are we doing? We want to put this on the agenda next month.
Oh,
So
yeah.
is this the exact language, or do we need to adjust it or have some people?
It wouldn't hurt to take one more look at it and just, discuss it, make sure everyone on the board is comfortable with it, in my opinion. But I think voting on the fact that we just want the statement and maybe just doing a couple of, maybe adding something more to it. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Correct.
I just think that we just need to kind of talk about that and let everyone else feel comfortable with it if we don't want to take everyone's time now.
Yeah, Nancy, I would agree with that. I would add that it's really not one more look. It'd be a first look, the first time I've seen those
And
comments
I'm sorry it wasn't in the packet.
earlier. So I don't want it to be perceived that we're being slow or stalling. I just think all board members have, should have the opportunity to take a deeper look at it. And we can do that now if everyone wants, or we can do that offline.
Well, we don't have to wait till next. We could just kind of all say
Either way.
that we can do it. Aaron can start sending it out to us. We can have the conversations. We could, have it out by tomorrow type of thing,
Well, we can't have it because
Well,
it's something
you
the
know.
board has to vote on.
Yeah.
So that can't happen till July. This was the conversation to make sure it said that the one we bring in July says what we want it to say.
Okay. There you go.
Okay, so we'll work on that. I think Erin will send it out. If people have things that modifications that they want, send them to Erin. She'll share them with us. I will say again, I'm very committed to sending this out as is and not diluting it with, with not that, I embrace equity across the board, but for right now, this is the statement that to me feels important. And so, all right.
And when I do the board briefs as well, I will make sure this draft is linked to it so parents can see it since it's missing from the board packet. I will make sure the presentations and various things that we did tonight are also attached to the board briefs so people can see it. But I will make sure this is there. And that should come out tomorrow afternoon.
And may I ask, again, totally agreed about the letter. May I ask, getting back to Bob's,
You have to hear her louder. You have to talk louder.
talk louder? Sorry. May I ask, I'm fine with the with the letter completely. I don't have issues. But getting back to Bob's letter, are we actively deciding we're going to pursue making other statements as well? Or are we, I just want to leave with some clarity, that's all.
Well, it seems, I think what we can do is let's focus on this one. And then if not, do people want, we talked about separating the timing. So if it's okay, if we put it on next month or a month or two, even when we want to have this discussion or when we want to put it out, an additional letters or statements, I'm sorry. So is that so while we focus on this one for now, we'll approve this one. And then in the next month or two, put on the agenda a new statement that might be broader and more all-encompassing.
Okay, so we'll just add something to your agenda then?
Yeah, future agenda. So we'll make note of that. So it'll definitely be on a future agenda. For now, we'll focus on this.
Yeah, and given the the separation, my personal recommendation is we put this on the August agenda, not the July agenda. July is going to be filled with a lot of other things. So
no, I feel like it needs definitely at least August, or
Yeah.
we need the separation. I think that's
Okay.
okay. And then another, our next discussion item is to confirm Monday, July 20th, 7 to 9.
But
7
we
p.m.
can't because I have heard from board members who cannot make it. So I reached out. So just so the community knows, we are working to schedule a special session of the board, which would be a closed session per the closed session. You're allowed to have a closed session when you have a member of the Illinois Association of School Board working on a board self-evaluation and professional training there. So we are working with our liaison to get that set up. I've asked her for some additional dates in September or October.
Okay. And then our next discussion item is then addition to the agenda, which is, and I know we have one. Erin, please help me here.
So do we want to, well, there's two questions. And the first question is, when do you want to start meeting again in person?
That's right.
And then when we start meeting in person, should we continue the practice of live streaming? I'm really happy to tell my opinion on that, which is I would recommend live streaming. I have been so energized by the amount of people who are watching and the increase in transparency and the great questions that I would love to continue live streaming our board meetings and sending that out. That would be my recommendation, but of course you guys make the decision.
I support live streaming 100%. I think, however we can make this easy for people to participate and to watch and join, I support it 100%.
And if we can put it live stream, I believe we would keep up the public comment section, even though it wouldn't be required. We can also make the choice to keep that public comment format so people at home could participate as well.
Laura?
Yeah. I think one of the challenges that we have had in the past is allowing for ease because the meetings are in an evening. So in every way, shape, and form, the more we can give access to our community so they can see what we talk about here and how decisions are made, I think the better. And in terms of coming live, I think we have different levels of compromise and different things on this board even. So I think I think we should follow the governor's orders, which is, anything that can be done remotely would be my point of view there.
Although they've adjusted a little bit in trying to, which is why we're sitting here right now, is that they do want people to be on site and they're starting to push a little bit more to having more in face, but there's still the option out for virtual or a combination. Because tonight Nancy is here in person, so there can be a combination. And if anyone from the public had wanted to come, they could have joined us this evening. So there is a kind of a hybrid version of attendance as well.
Well, I think that's really reflected. So the governor's recommendation is slightly different than that, is broader than ISB, which was the governor came out with the line in the phase 4, adding that up, and people who can work remotely to continue to do so.
So I think the difference was, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, if I remember, it's getting late, but there was an emergency executive order that moved things virtual. And then he formalized that recently with some legislation, which also said that at least one member of the board or the chief executive has to be on site of the board meeting to accommodate people, which is why someone asked me, well, if you could do it remotely, why are you going there? Well, because we need to have someone present on site to be here. So we could continue with the way we're doing it right now and making it optional. And then reassess a little bit further down.
I would be comfortable with that.
So I support optional, that we continue. People who want to go into the office or participate at field do so, but that those who are uncomfortable have the choice to continue to do it remotely.
Okay. And we will continue the practice of live streaming, whether we're in person or remote.
Yes.
So, okay.
Anybody else have an opinion? Okay. All right, then recognition of the audience.
I do have some comments, so I'm going to go through them. Let me make sure I got them. Okay, I read that one. I read that one before, so now I start from here. Suzanne Kahn from Northbrook, and she asked, in order to build time into the school day to accommodate the new protocols, is it possible to lengthen the school day so as not to impede on learning time? Then I have a bunch saying that they couldn't hear Nino back there, so let me just sort through those. I thank people for letting us know, and this is one way to let us know. From Maria and Suzanne Kahn from Northbrook, in regards to the discussion about adding Eid or Orthodox Good Friday and Diwali to the calendar, you would be making the wrong decision in not having these holidays off for the reasons that were articulated during the discussion. When the calendar becomes public, families will be given advance notice of what days students will not be in school, allowing them to prepare alternative childcare if needed. Although 225 does not include these days off in the calendar currently, nothing will change if none of the feeder districts makes an attempt to be a leader in this way. Also, during this discussion, as an avid listener, I would like to make it clear that no one on the board called another member racist. Waleen Singh from Northbrook. Deciding which holidays are or are not a convenience is in and of itself an act of privilege. A discussion of this is not equal to charging others with racism. It is instead an act of equity and anti-racism. Other neighboring and diverse school districts have moved to religious neutral calendars and have moved to renaming Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. Adding holidays to a school's calendar to include more families' heritage shouldn't look like an inconvenience. It should be celebrated. Mary Smith from Glenview. Why are the two white people correcting the minority woman on how she speaks? That's wrong in so many ways. She didn't call the one guy racist. She said the system is racist. I'm shocked at the low education the board has on this topic. This one's anonymous. The three white people were uncomfortable. It isn't about their feelings. Suzanne and Maria Kahn from Northbrook. If you pursue a statement regarding religious and cultural diversity, coupling it with the release of the new school calendar, where you have recently approved 3 new holidays off, might be a good idea in terms of timing. And one more, Allison Slade from Northbrook. Concerning the comments about a statement regarding anti-racism, I sent a statement to Melissa and Aaron that I would like shared with the rest of the board. Regardless of the statement that is approved, it is action that is important. I submitted some recommendations on curriculum and professional development for staff, including facing history, facing ourselves, amongst others. An audit is not enough, and we cannot wait for the results of the audit. And that is all the responses.
Okay, thank you. So may I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, on a roll call. Jeff,
Aye.
Maria,
Aye.
Laura,
Aye.
Nancy,
Aye.
Daphne,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
and I from Melissa. All right, thank you everyone for.
So I do want to say before we turn it off, though, that we're turning it off during the closed session. We do have some action items when we come back out, and we will be turning on the live stream back on. There won't be another public comment, but we will be turning it back on. Any other action items will be on the board brief. Okay.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Turn off the live stream. Everyone else, we'll text you when it's time to go back up.
Good night. So should we take 5 minutes, guys?
Yes, and let me text Lynn.
Okay.
There you
Nino, okay, are we open? Are we good, Nino? Thumbs up? Fantastic.
You've been sitting, are you at home?
He's been sitting there waiting for us because right now he's the only one who knows how to work our live stream.
Oh, you poor guy.
And that's why I've been trying to avoid going back in.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
Okay, we are now in open session and we are going to move the action items from this meeting's agenda to next month because it is now 12:35 and Friday, June 26th. So may I have a motion to close the meeting? To end the meeting, sorry.
So moved.
Okay, on a roll call, Jeff. You're muted, Jeff. Okay.
Aye,
Maria.
sorry. Aye.
Maria,
Aye.
Daphne,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
Nancy,
Aye.
Laura. Aye. I say aye. All right, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
You know how many people were on the live stream? Do you know?
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Wow. Go to bed, Nino.
Okay. And I'm gonna give you a call in a few minutes, okay? Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.